Praetoria, episode 98, verse 7.
I'm so confused on what session we're actually on. Okay, my computer just does weird things because, like, the humongous session where y'all, like, went to go retrieve the Doombringer army and went through that valley, my computer dropped it. It's gone. All my session notes for that are gone. I only have.
Oh, but you still have the recording.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But my session notes are gone, so it just randomly dropped it, and I don't know why.
OneDrive do misbehave sometimes.
I get that. I almost lost all of my notes for the game that I run for the tour guides. They just disappeared, and I found them in recently deleted.
Woo! Glad you found that within 30 days, Bucko.
I need not touch you.
Yeah.
I think this is 11.
What the heck is that?
Yeah, episode 11, probably, maybe.
Because this is session 10 in my notes.
Oh.
It's definitely 11 then. Because you're always one session behind for some reason.
Okay. Oh, there you go.
What? This has been going on for 2 years now. Like.
Yeah.
Cool.
In an age before Savrog was dead.
This world is 2 time periods.
Before.
During
DS.
Savrog, after Savrog. DS and AS.
Oh, I was okay. No, I really think
Surprising.
before Savrog dies,
There's the remote.
having it called
Okay.
the BS time period is
Well, it has to be BSD at that.
Dramatic effect.
You know, because this is before Savrog.
during the death of Savrog.
During the death of
Yeah, so it's
Savrog.
BS and DS.
Echo.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the fans?
Are you hitting the light button?
I'm hitting off.
Oh.
Ah!
Why do you have so many lights?
Before the death of Savrog.
Because I need them.
And after
Do you need
Savrog.
dice?
Welcome. No, I picked the green ones. They're pretty.
Actually, what do y'all like better?
No, it's whatever you need for dramatic effect.
This or that? I'm just asking because one time my math teacher walked in the room and only the dim lights were on in the class, and she's like, "Do y'all like this better?" And all of us were like, "Yes," because it was an 8 a.m. class, and she's like, "Okay, cool, we'll keep it this way," and we just rocked it, and it
And
was.
that's when the kids fiddled.
Yeah. They're having sex.
Which,
I mean, that's
That's
the
why they
other way,
liked
but I
it.
don't really
okay.
care.
That's why I'm asking. Okay.
But I just being able to read a piece of paper.
Oh,
Yeah, that's like-
Yeah, no, I know what you prefer, Blaine. I used to not be able to read pieces
Are
of
we?
paper when I needed
I-
to.
Bleeding out on the ground still?
Did you go down?
Yeah.
I think.
Oh, you healed. Okay.
Yeah, no, I healed with the.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not super.
We all bleed out. Callum walks on stage.
Okay. So, we are going to get back into things. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the world of Praetoria. We rejoin the party in the shifting tides of history, the raging battle of the West. Tidings of the end times are afoot. The world is plagued by ancient and fresh evils alike. But we join on the western side of the Isles, part of the Aegis, a keep, Beaumont Keep, one of the largest bastions against the Kirivostok Empire, currently under siege, attacked by 2 of the Draconic houses in an attempt to pretty much conquer the West. If this fortress was lost, it'd be near impossible to reconquer. The adventurers, in efforts to support the castle and the keep, having temporarily, permanently, whatever they wish, allied themselves, went in retrieval of a standing army of Doombringers to sustain the fortress against the invasion. After times pass and days roll by of uncertainty, the invasion came at the break of dawn. But earlier in your adventures, part of your divine fate, whatever adjectives you would ascribe to your quest, They were thrown into a bit of turmoil when, as one of the ancient evils you had met and dispelled, to the best of your knowledge, he warned you that the general of this army was carrying an artifact which you were seeking. One of the ashes of Voluspa, the mysterious relics referenced in the book of the end times. This general, which you later found out after meeting some friends, General Arkovich Kazakov. You found him in the midst of slaying the general of the Doombringers. And having intervened yourself between the two, you stopped it and quickly brought an end to the general himself. And that is exactly where we left last time. The very last moments of this battle as the now lifeless carcass of the adult blue dragon lays in the courtyard of the second to innermost part of Beaumont Keep. The sounds of raging war still continuing. And you saw a curling bit of purplish energy spewing out of the body of the dragon. As you are recovering in a bit of respite, I will say, Eingamar, as a master of runic magic, you watch as the purplish energy you saw starting to pool out, not in large quantities, but it starts to pool towards something on the ground by the dragon's skeleton, kind of falling in the midst of the snow, of the storm that was brought by these armies. You all are in a moment of brief catching your breath. You stand and hear the battle continue, and this is where we hop back in.
I go check out where that purple mist is going towards.
So you approach it, and you can see now the very large. Do you reduce your size at this point, or are you staying giant?
Don't reduce the size.
It only lasts a minute.
It's still happening because we didn't have that many rounds of combat.
That's true. Yeah, it'd still be large just in case some other giant beast came in.
Lumbering over, towering above the corpse, you look below and you reach and you see a dark circular object, what would fit in your normal sized palm, on the ground, laying there.
Oh, possible thing to go.
And then, but you now notice that the purplish energy has dissipated and is gone.
I grab it.
You grab it, and the moment you touch this artifact, there's just a flash, like just a brief split-second flash where you can just see the maw of some unequivocally large and horrifying beast. And then, as quickly as it enters your mind, it's gone. And in that moment of sobering, you hear more clattering of steel. And you look behind you as the gate that was defended is now once again thrown in turmoil, and you see the general, one of the general who was at Buckingsdale, related to the King Beaumont, like, see him like push his long sword through one of the soldiers and throw him to the side and come in, like rushing in. He goes, "Ah! Oh good, the devil's dead. You got to get them to find out it's dead. The dragons, they're going to surrender if they find out their general's gone."
Well,
Do you know who to contact to do this?
What do you mean contact to do this? This is war. We just have to figure out some way, climb a tower and yell about it. I don't know.
Fair enough. There's a tower nearby. I climbed the tower. Oh, wait. Cut off the dragon's head.
Yeah, I try to cut off the dragon's head.
You
as much
go
as
over,
possible.
you
me
and
and
you take
Ross.
your axe a couple times
Both
and
of us.
swing down before you see the lumbering form of Eingamar come over and just you see them all just squish part of the neck. It doesn't separate it. It's like squished bread that won't actually separate.
Good job, Ross.
But then Russ takes his axe and cuts it.
I'll get the last little bits. I'm like,
Ooh, this is a terrible job.
I will say, if you'd like to climb one of the towers and in your giant form holding the head of the general and yell at the skies to try and inform the
Yeah.
Dragonborn soldiers.
Yes.
Are you going to do so?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll have you roll an athletics check.
Do you
Doc,
do you
is
have
there
anything
any-
to buff this?
I already have advantage.
I don't have thaumaturgy.
Okay.
Can Draco? Does Draco have thaumaturgy?
You see Draco
Scabies.
and runs off to the gate to start killing more of the Dragonborns.
Damn it.
23.
That,
23.
Not how you thought.
It like King Kong climbing the Empire State Building, you see the large form of Eingamar climbing to the top of this peak. And this was the part, if you recall last time, one of the things that defends this fortress so much from dragons is what is known as the Warden, which is a tower of incredibly large and specifically built ballistae.
Yeah.
So you climb to the top of the Warden and witness these large weapons of war. And you hold up the now like slowly bleeding head of the general, and you can now see everywhere there is absolute chaos. There are parts of the wall that have collapsed. There are fires in different parts of the town. You can just hear the sounds of war. I will have you roll a performance check.
Can I cast light on the head so it's like a bright beacon?
Yeah, I'll say you could have done
Did
that
I
before.
give you Thunderous Smite?
Did you?
I gave one of you Thunderous Smite.
You
I don't
may have
remember.
given it to me. I definitely didn't use it.
You should use it. You have Thunderous or Wrathful Smite. It's one of those two. So I think I probably would have given.
I
you
will
Thunder.
say for this one you can use your strength because it is a
Thanks.
test, a showing of your strength, and not necessarily a charisma.
Thanks. I like that. I appreciate that. If I have Thunderous Smite, can I cause a loud bang by
I'll say between the
something?
thunderous smite and the light I'll give you advantage on the roll.
Woo, guys, we did it! It's a shining head. It just made a really loud thunderclap.
How's that for revelation?
Thank you for advantage. Could you please be better? That's a lot better. Just straight strength?
Are you proficient in performance?
No, so
It's just strength.
cool. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Just a loud, it's almost like a ram's horn that goes through the town, and this loud, humongous war cry. You do so, and I'll say for the sake of brevity and time, you all join your way back into the battle. The battle begins to die down. You see a lot of the Dragonborn soldiers. Most of the Sapphire Dragonborn are retreating. The White Dragonborn seem to be in a lot more of a frenzied bestial rage and are still getting bested in combat now that they've lost most of their allies. But I'll say over the next couple hours, there is just a time of... Yes?
Can we find that guy?
Which one?
Or is he dead? The
No,
guy we poured
actually-
acid on and like burned. Like we gotta find that guy. We
He
can't
was
let
still
him
alive.
live. We can't let him
Come
live.
on. We gotta get one of us.
Roll
gotta
an
get-
investigation check.
Can Eingamar track him? Like I mean, not Eingamar.
Oh yeah, Brandon's
Henry?
character.
Yeah,
Henry.
Kimbrick. Yeah.
If I will say, if the three of you can come up for one way to track a Dragonborn soldier amidst over 1,000 other Dragonborn soldier,
I mean, he looks
that
heavily
makes sense.
disfigured, right? He was pretty. His minifig was pretty obvious compared to the other ones. Just saying.
I'm looking for the smell of acid.
looking for the smell. I love it.
What
investigation
is
check.
tarnation?
Okay, it's gonna have some minuses. That's a 16.
I will say, over the course of the 2 hours as the battle dies down, you do not find traces of the most unlucky soldier NPC in D&D history.
He's the BBEG now.
But over the course of a couple hours,
The guy.
the battle eventually dies down, fighting alongside Sir Oldervik, who was the general who joined y'all, and Lord Radecki, the half-ogre general of the Doombringers. Which brings us to... Actually get my...
I'll tell you what. stays significantly more like hog time than I ever thought it would be. Bam! Bam!
After about 3 hours of you joining in the battle and things calming down, lots of prisoners are taken. Some are driven back, but now begins the long respite of the post-battle. Feeling the pain and the soreness in your joints. There's lots of soldiers that continue to be moved off to some sort of internment camp to be dealt with later, however is to be decided by the king.
Draco go crazy.
Eingamar.
You turn. Not on my watch.
Draco,
Children can live
which is a
here.
good point. You all lose track of Draco in his frenzied berserker rage to deal justice to the dragons for his own reason. You've lost track of him,
Darn.
and you do not know where he is.
What about
we know where
Hembrig? We
Hembrig is?
also lose him in a
Hembrig
bit
is
of
with
rage.
you. Hembrig is with you and has been, we'll say, accompanying you.
Aw.
But
Okay, yes.
is there anything particular y'all would like to do in the shadow of the combat? It's about noon now.
It's new, and the siege started when?
About daybreak.
Daybreak.
This has been just a
because-
few hours.
That's usually how it runs, either for or against with dragons.
Well, I guess I'll spend the remaining 35 hit points I can heal going around and trying to help people.
When you touch that puddle, something happens.
Well, it wasn't a puddle, and I'm normal size now.
You are normal.
Long
size.
by now. From the orb?
You look at it, it's like a carved obsidian sphere with intricate ancient runes crossed all across it. Does anybody speak primordial?
Yes.
So you understand these runes. These are actually I'll have you roll a history check.
Do I speak?
18.
18. So two things come to mind with an 18. The runes themselves are not carrying any specific power that you understand. It's not like they are part of a design that creates a magical effect. They are words and ideas that are associated with the Leviathans. Don't plagiarize me, or don't run the chat.
Yeah, don't plagiarize
The Leviathan.
Is it gone?
Yes. So the Leviathans in this world,
Yes.
were
Land creatures.
kind of they're a little bit weird in your mythology. There's a little bit of a difference. Most of the tribes believe they were divinely sent judgment upon the world. Like ages and ages and ages ago. They've long since passed. It's pretty much you deal with the long since descendants and beasts.
Mm-hmm.
But and you remember when you were in the valley and the pass going to retrieve the Doombringers, the mysterious figure in the mist told you that the general carried the ashes of the Leviathans, or the Leviathan ashes. But you look at it, it's just an orb.
It's not just a rock. It's taller.
Well, according to the writing,
Yeah.
probably the Leviathan ashes. I only have one
Oh.
issue with that. This is an orb and not ashes. But to be fair, Leviathans probably aren't real, so it's probably metaphorical.
I pull out a smithing hammer. We break it.
Is it just
Great.
me that thinks that's the worst idea?
I think we hold on to it for now, to be honest.
We're
But
supposed to collect all of something? That's
Why
ashes?
don't you eat it, bro? See what happens.
you know,
Why don't you eat it? You like that stuff. Your people like that stuff, right?
You know, it
Why
says
did you
seize
adopt
the
that?
ashes of Voluspa, so I'm gonna assume this may be one of the Voluspa ashes, and we should probably not try to break it. Also, when I touched it, I saw the jaws of a really big, possibly gargantuan, and maybe the reason why I'm not a large creature right now. Sorry, that was another part of the conversation you missed. Yeah, finish that sentence in what makes sense and not meta breaking.
I mean,
Games.
logistically, I think if you were about 7 more inches, you could probably grab a creature. That's
Actually, if I was, you know, according to my calculations, if I was 3 more inches taller, I could probably, when I turned left, I could probably handle it. But until then,
Doc, you kind of notice. You wonder if the ale is taking or whatever you have in your cask is taking a little bit of effect, because you could have sworn that when Igamar shrinks, he usually shrinks a little bit more. He kind of looks like a little bit of it stuck. He kind of just still a little bit taller.
what?
I think I got short.
Sure, man. It'll be the first time.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Wait.
You were taller when we met.
Gaslight.
Well,
I mean, what do you do with that info?
I guess I'm just gonna have to live a
Is-
shorter man's
I
life.
put it away. I don't want to be showing this off to the world.
No, okay.
No,
Good to know.
not the slightest.
You may be cursed.
You're right. At least I'm still taller than you.
You know what? I'll take that one. I'll let that one slide.
But yeah, the purple mist though disappeared.
How wrecked is the city? Is everything burning? Is it all gone? How
It is
bad? Is
substantial.
substantial.
You kind of take a look, walk around, and you can see everything is still in the chaos phase. The generals, and there hasn't really been I can't speak. There has not really been an order that has developed an order to the chaos yet. Everyone's still kind of just walking around.
Okay.
There's some soldiers and generals that are beginning to grab their troops and move around and make sure areas are secure and sweep the place. I would say about 60-70% of the buildings are destroyed or substantially damaged. You remember hearing from Eingamar you saw about 3 major breaks in the wall around the city, the outer wall, and there was 1 break on the inner wall. But as you're kind of just taking in this moment, you hear this loud and you see stepping out from one of the buildings, Lord Radecki, dragging what you only assume to be a young white dragon, just right behind him
It is recovered.
Oh, you again. You kind of run off right before I could say thank you. A little bit of a tight spot back there.
Is he still bleeding profusely from his chest?
He is covered in a mix of his own and others' blood.
I used Revivify on him though, so
Yeah. So it was you. Okay, I couldn't remember who, but
yeah,
yeah.
that's me.
Yeah,
Happy to help.
bastard came through the ceiling. I was doing something else, and I didn't quite count on it. You'd think if I was so tall, I'd actually look at the ceiling more.
Casually takes away small.
He begins to walk off. Throughout the rest of the day, it's mostly just damage repair, crisis repair. After about an hour or so, you see most of the soldier or a guard has been placed around the outer walls, and kind of calls for gathering at the actual keep itself have been made. Do you all join or go off seeking or finding, looking for anybody in particular? Or
said it's-
just go with the flow?
It's only noon, right?
At this point, it's closer to 4. I'd say 2, not quite 4, because there's been a lot of stuff that's happening.
Gotcha. Is there like a... And I don't know, I'd probably like do this just quickly, right? Is there like a place that like grows food? It's in wintertime. Does any food get grown in the city?
Some gets grown, but you know there are pantries like that are storehouses for food that are in the inner wall of the city.
No, just like growing it.
There's a couple farms on the outskirts of the inner wall, but actually you should have a map of Beaumont Keep that actually has 2 of those. No, there should be a map of Beaumont.
Oh yeah, no, you're right. Okay.
Yeah,
There it is.
Yeah, I would like to go to... There's only inner gate, front gate, and the market.
no, but look at the icons. There should be some.
Oh yeah, okay, gotcha. Yeah, so I'll go find...
Nepotism.
I'll go
Strong
find
character, nothing else going for.
the farm.
You kind of go towards the farm, and I'll say you head to the one on the west side,
Okay.
and you can see this, or east side, and you see this as you kind of approach. The farmhouse is intact. You see the barn is caved in the center, with this large serpent-esque tail sticking out of the top, lifeless and moving. Or not moving. It's moving, it's alive!
Undead. Roll initiative.
All of them resurrect. So,
Okay.
and you can kind of see standing there this really hunched over, like, shoulder heavy muscle farmer with this, like, graying hair and bald spot that's gradually migrating more and more to the center of his head. And he's kind of just standing there with his pitchfork and is kind of looking around. And you see him go, and you see like a dragonborn arm go.
It's not growing any food currently, is it?
Half of it looks burnt, and the other half looks to be some sort of wintergreen berries.
Okay.
And a couple like brown strands of wheat that are growing that maybe would be better in the winter, but half of it seems to have been burnt.
That's unfortunate. Just like walk into the middle of his field. Is he gonna attempt to stop me? I'm trying to
Large armored man.
Oi! Oi!
See.
Step on the rocks! Not the plants!
Can I see the rocks?
Yeah, there's a little rock pathway.
Okay, I'll walk on the rocks. Yeah.
And you say that, and you like move over, and you look down, and you see what may have been like the carcass of a turnip that is now like.
Okay, I walk on the rocks. I would like to get into the middle of the field.
Yes.
How wide is the field?
It's a pretty big fields, maybe
Okay.
100 feet or something like
Let's
that.
go. Alright, so I get into the middle of the field as much as possible, like the middle of the area. And I'm just, since I have nothing else to do, I'm going to cast plant growth using the tome, the Poetic Edda.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
which...
Are you the one carrying the book, right?
Yes, I am the one carrying the book. Which is why I'm... Yeah. And all plants in half a mile radius become enriched for 1 year, and they yield twice the normal amount of
They
food.
do. So you kind of go out into the middle of the field and like run, like trace your
It takes
things.
8 hours.
Okay. Yeah. So you kind of get out in the middle of the field and make yourself comfortable and open up the book and begin meditating on the pages. And you can every now and then feel that slight burning sensation of weirdness as the farmer's eyes just ever so often look at the person who's squatting in the middle of his field reading a book just after a war.
I'd like to think I followed you too, and then watched this happen, and then went back to you.
As this person who used to be mercenary, I just found a person who looked like he knew what he was doing with the rebuilding efforts and just followed orders.
Okay, yeah, I'll say you could have
Carrying crap, all that kind of stuff.
you could have made your way and met up back with Captain Leon, who was the captain of the guard at the gate.
Yes.
And he's directing in there, welcome your strength in adding. But after a little bit, they kind of give everybody the, all right, head to the castle now. We're going to find out what happens now and see what the king says now that everything's gone down.
I can't remember.
I really wish Russ was here for this announcement.
Did Clarence is the name of the priest, right? What is it?
Lawrence.
But I think it's Clarence.
Yes.
Because it is Clarence. Got it. So Clarence, did Clarence know anything about the prophecy, or no, not the slightest?
I don't think y'all
I don't
asked him
feel-
about the prophecy in particular. No, I think y'all brought him the book.
Mm-hmm.
I
And
think he didn't have any information on it, but I can't remember.
No, I don't know. He didn't, because he gave you the information that the prophecy involved something that the church lost centuries ago.
Got it.
So he
Got it.
didn't have access to what it actually was and everything like that.
Cool.
Lawrence remembers Clarence.
Yeah, Clarence has no,
No
idea.
idea.
Lawrence, though, he's actually an omnipotent god. All you have to do is say his true name.
I guess I go to the church and I help heal people.
Okay.
Oh yeah, you can do that.
But very passive aggressively, quite sassily.
Alcohol
Got
is
hit by
used.
arrow.
Which you know is a different church than the actual church that Lawrence is at.
Correct. I'm very
Because
aware.
yes, you are familiar with both.
Yeah,
And
'cause
you
Clarence
are
is there.
familiar with how both work,
Yeah.
and you know exactly where they would need the most help. So you lend yourselves to reviving again. After a couple hours, they give kind of the holler that most of the people are gathering at the center of the, or towards the keep to hear an announcement from the king. You all make your way there. Russ performing a ritual that will actually very substantially help the town and the farmers, and especially since you're on the edge of the wall and you will catch a lot of the people.
Well,
on the
I
outside.
don't think he's gonna say his announcement in Spanish.
Don't worry, we can trust Doc to translate perfectly.
Although, so you eventually get there, and there's a large crowd. Most of the people have come out of the castle. They were stationed in the castle. And you hear pretty much an announcement from one of the spokesmen of the king that victory has been achieved. The village is safe. A lot of reassuring speeches. And that all of the there is a feast held in honor of those who defended the castle that will be happening tomorrow night. After pretty much the announcement has been made, there is just a moment of cold, sobering reality as everybody now has to figure out and go back to the lives that they're going to try and rebuild. But over the course of the next 24 hours until the feast, is there anything, are y'all planning to attend to it?
I assume I rejoin everyone in the tavern, right? Or are we?
We'll say later that night once you finish the ritual and you feel it
I'm
has
drinking.
been successful.
You're drinking?
You find a
See, are you with him?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna find you two, specifically you two, and not look for anyone else.
It's gonna be second in the morning.
I shuffle in the door, kick the snow off my boots, and I throw the book onto the table.
I'll tell you what, you didn't see it, but yesterday this guy hog-tied a dragon. It's crazy.
That was today. And it was a hard time. Yes?
Should we read? Okay.
Oh,
Are we all gonna go for it?
Oh
Like,
my god, that's actually a special ability, isn't it? What's the
yeah.
special ability again?
So once on, it's each gone. Dadgummit.
Well,
So we read it tomorrow.
Okay, tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow we read.
What does reading it do again? It's been a little bit.
Once each dawn, the attuned may seek insight from the book's prophetic revelations. By
100%.
dedicating 10 minutes to the tome's ancient script, roll a percentile die on a roll of 25 or less. A vision shall be granted, revealing secrets of what is, what shall be, or what is past. Should the vision elude, the weight of the prophecy bears down upon the seeker. You get 1 point of exhaustion. If we all fail and we all get exhausted, then the threshold increases by 10.
So what happens is that we see a vision of the past, and it's of the night before when a dragon was killed.
Well,
No, yeah, we'll do that in the morning.
Well,
How drunk is Doc?
Gone.
you don't know. Because he is in a constant state. So you don't know how much of a state he's in.
Let's just say
He hides
there
it well.
was 4 cups on this table.
I'll tell
There are
you what,
5.
I'm not as drunk as you think I am.
You see-
Oh, just so you know, the person said you have to eat somewhere tomorrow.
King's holding a banquet. Lots of food.
I didn't say it in broken Spanish, but the same thing I said.
Thank you, Doc.
You're welcome.
So we go.
Don't see why not.
Is
It's free food in winter.
Draco?
No idea. Amber, have you seen Draco?
Nah.
No. Draco, you know, broody, likes
I love that guy.
dragons.
I love
Have
that
you
guy.
seen him?
I saw him yesterday.
Hamburg is drunk too.
You
Isn't
saw
You
him?
look and you can kind of see he's wobbling in his seat a little bit. You know who I haven't seen? My wife and kids.
Wait, you have multiple kids? I thought it was just one. I also thought you didn't have kids. And I thought you were a pregnant wife.
I might not. What? Oh gosh, it's all confusing me now.
Well, so the tracker's useless.
You see Henry's head fall on the table.
You know what helped him? Another shot.
I so wish I had healed a bunch of peasants. Whack!
Get some tequila.
Where next? We stay.
Yeah, feast is tomorrow night. So, rest.
Your friend's still alive.
Probably. I haven't seen him, but I doubt he went down too easily. I trust in his training.
We win.
Yeah. Now we just got to keep that going, really.
Easy.
Definitely.
Yeah.
You look and you see one of the tavern keepers like sweeping broken glass, like. There's, ironically, no one else actually in the tavern.
Everyone else is out helping. Selfish bastards.
I was hoping that I kept told you to go home or something, and I was like, I don't have a home.
Okay.
Well,
Did you find anything in the fields?
oh, you went to the
See.
fields?
Un radish.
He was in the field for 8 hours.
How do you know that oddly specific time? Was it for 8 hours?
Well, I watched him for like 4.
See?
Oh, what were you doing?
Reaping.
Fair enough.
Don't worry.
I don't even think you had anything to do with a radish at this point.
I didn't know radishes grew at this time. I thought they were a summer vegetable.
Me none. I do not know either. I step on one though. So they grow.
Impressive. Maybe it's some kind of magic.
Oh, today
Uh-huh.
when I went back to where I grew up, measured, I did not shrink.
You went
You
back to
grew
where
here?
you grew up?
Yeah, where I had a little post.
And you went there
Same
today?
No, I just marked how tall I was.
That's what I thought.
So, as
So what building did you mark it?
Where?
Well, there's this door, and I put a scratch. No, how tall I was.
Do you ever live behind door?
Well,
Some
there was
person
this.
has mark on the
It's
door.
really
Do you
confusing.
live down like a hole through a hat?
No, so essentially there was this woman, and she told me the moon didn't exist. And I was like, that's bullshit. But also with the moon not existing, there's like a height that's really scary. So I had to mark it.
And with that math, I think Doc needs to go to sleep and wake up with a lovely hangover tomorrow. Plus, we could probably all use some rest.
See,
No, so as you will find your rest, it is welcome only in the sense of physical respite. You don't really have dreams. Your bodies are too exhausted from the work repairing the wall and in the fight. And the brushes with death that some of you had. The next morning comes, the dawn comes, and you have the book in front of you. Are you all attempting to glean information?
Hell yeah!
All of you who want to roll a percentile dice.
do we all have to go and get exhaustion simultaneously?
Absolutely.
All right, yeah, you're right.
We're probably not doing anything today besides the feast.
Dragon fight.
That's a 3 from Blaine.
Do I have to roll? No, Doc gets it immediately. That's awful. All right.
And that's an 88 from me.
What'd you get?
3.
54.
54. So, well, here's a very important roll we're about to do here. We're going to see if Hembrig gets it.
No.
Did Hembrig get it?
Hembrig rolled a 1 on a percentile dice.
Wait. But like, you can't have the prop. Can it activate twice in the same day? Like, are we just passing it around? We're, oh! And then pass it, and then they're like, oh, I don't get anything. Oh! You know, it's
Well,
like, that's how it's
anyway, yeah,
working.
I probably should be. It's whoever wants to attempt to glean information.
We
So
all
you'll-
just attempted.
Yeah, so you're each going around and attempting. You might find different things.
Oh, shoot. Okay.
So,
And the two the best communicators just got it, so we're good.
yes. So let's
This
figure out
prophecy
which one I want.
Yeah, this one we'll listen to.
Don't die before you can tell us about this one.
And as the vision
Watch me
finishes,
get
a
the
bolt through Doc's
Zach's
neck.
gonna say
Dead.
word for word the same prophecy he gives out.
So wait, guys, I have this crazy new prophecy. There's these spirits.
There's a wall.
Okay, so Doc, as both of you attempt to read this book and you watch as the dawn kind of drifts into your room, your mind is filled with just weight, highs and lows, different meanings, different possible meanings to, is this metaphor? Is this actually true? Does a 600-foot beast actually crawl from the center of the earth? Or is that a metaphor for something? You don't know. But Doc, when you, because why not, attempt to read the book,
Oh shit.
you're reading it and it starts to just take a little bit more of your mental focus, slowly and slowly, until even when you try and look away, you can't. And then eventually, your mind is overtaken with the prophetic vision. You're in an incredibly dimly lit, large stone room. Jagged. Rough. But regal. You look on the ground and there is a huge tapestry. You see torches all around the room, and you see in the center of the room a large throne, upon which sits an incredibly massive black dragon. Huge, absolutely massive, elder, ancient, and you see it snarling and growling, and you see soldiers around the room. Kiri Vostok footmen. This looks like a throne room. And you see right in front of the throne, Draco, kneeling.
Shit.
And you see like this grimace appear on the dragon. And Draco rises, turns around, and you see like a very somber look on his face. He begins to march out of the room, and soldiers follow behind him.
Damn it. Why is there no
And you come out of it.
Well,
What was, what is, or what could be.
fuck.
The effect you feel after it is you're definitely physically tired. But it's kind of just another bit of a cake onto the respite from the actual battle. You all have 1 point of exhaustion.
I'm tired.
Well, that was horrible.
What was?
To read it.
Yeah, it was just a lot of words.
Just
that make more
words.
sense.
Oh, did the thing not happen for you guys?
What thing? You gotta use your words, Doc. I know it's difficult for you.
That God uses you is a miracle.
Well, fuck you
Rust
too.
is so jealous.
I'm sorry God loves me more than you. Doesn't really seem like...
What did the book say?
Oh! Well, so essentially, there was like a room,
Mm-hmm.
and there was a throne,
Okay.
and then, if you like, there was a lot of... So have you ever seen, like, you ever hit a bee's nest?
So there was a large throne
I can imagine.
and a bee's
So
nest.
imagine the bees, but they're like dragon people.
Was this a throne room of the Kiri Vostok Empire?
Well, that's a elegant way of saying it.
Okay, so there's a throne of the Kiri Vostok Empire. Next.
And then there's a big honeybee in the center.
Okay, so a big dragon. What color is this dragon?
Oh, it was a big black bee. And then
Okay.
here's the confusing part
So
that I'm not
large
really,
black
Look, I'm
dragon.
trying to get to the confusing part.
It's already
So,
confusing.
Then I'm looking, and in front of me, I'm seeing
I swear if you say a
Draco,
bee. Oh, what?
and he's praising the dragon people, which all that guy talks about is the opposite. So that's really conflicting. And then,
What?
And
Wait,
then,
is
like-
the door open?
and then like,
is the door open?
No, I'll say you probably would have closed it.
Okay.
well, and then like,
Oh, but you open the book, which means some random dudes might have a chance of getting blessed with the mark of the Balcon.
Wait, what?
Read the book.
Wait,
Every time you open the
no,
book,
we're doing this alone, right?
it's a radius.
Oh,
Every time
then
you
why aren't
open
we
the
just
book,
like?
every time you open the book and like try and use it, not open it to read it, but open it to try and
so
read
that
it.
farmer could have.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we don't know that.
No.
That's great.
I
Okay,
hope that
cool.
farmer has supernatural abilities now.
well, so then I see Draco, and he starts walking. After bowing to the queen bee, that's black. I know that's important to you. He starts walking out, and all the guys start following him.
And then?
Well, then it cuts off.
What?
Oh, and the worst part,
There's
I'm watching,
worse stuff?
and I go to grab my alcohol.
You're gonna tell me there's
it's
no alcohol
not
in
there.
Draco
Might be one of
could
the
be, could have been, or maybe on the side of the Kiri Vostok Empire, and you're worried about alcohol.
Well,
I mean, I guess I shouldn't say that. Agamar wouldn't say that. Nathaniel wants to say it. I guess he wouldn't be that military, that great of a military might, but Agamar would never say that.
How old? Older, younger.
Yeah, than the last black dragon we fought.
He looked about the same age.
how old did Draco look?
That's what I mean. He looked about the same age.
Draco looked About the same age.
Oh, good point. He was in his armor that Rust forged.
Oh, that's really important information. That changes everything.
Just so it's said, I don't register that or explain that.
Damn it.
But okay, yeah. So you register in your brain, but you don't.
Yeah, if you ask specifically.
No, of course not.
That's what age he was.
He looked about the same age, I'd say.
Okay. What about the age of the dragon?
The age of the dragon.
Sorry, Queen Bee.
I don't need the analogy anymore. That was so you could get it.
Well,
Is he
how
drunk?
old was it compared to the other?
No, he's
Queen Bee?
hungover.
He's hungover.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to make this make sense. So,
Just slap,
There's
whack.
that painful sobering as the hangover is rapidly drained from your mind.
oh shit. Oh, I hate you. With a deep part of my existence. But, besides that,
We on the same page.
I mean, it looked like a normal age of a dragon, not necessarily something crazy.
Any other information you can give us that could be useful?
I'm trying to think, and
Like maybe,
I guess
I don't know, one of the Kirivasags held like a giant banner or something. They like told us which clan it was. Maybe we know where that is.
It's black, though.
Well, yeah. I don't know much about dragons, to be
It
honest.
is black.
You know what I just realized?
What?
That is the stuff you made.
Yeah?
Out of like the armor. He was wearing it.
Damn, that's like the second most important piece. No, that's probably the most. So he
So-
could be there now,
Right.
or he's going.
This
there.
could be present. Well, why would? That just doesn't really make that much sense to me personally.
Well, of course not. But unless the gods are playing a divine prank on you, which honestly, from what I hear about the gods, it sounds plausible.
Is this even from the gods, or is it just magic?
Oh, is there a difference between those two?
Shall
for you?
be
I just kind of
what
assumed you
has
thought they were the same
passed,
thing.
or what is.
I don't really know.
Wait,
That's
I
the second
gave
thing.
him the armor right before the siege startup occurred.
No.
Then there was like the preliminary thing where all the people from Buckingsdale got chased.
But the siege wasn't even in question at that point.
Yeah.
You didn't even know.
Oh,
it was
that's
a siege
right.
At that point.
But
Yeah.
but we still stayed with Draco the entire time.
Yeah, you have not been away
Yeah.
from Draco.
It is what is or what.
Will be.
So we find him now.
I think finding wherever he went is probably his money.
Well, there's only one problem. Anybody happen to know some kind of weird thing to magically track down a person?
That's
I could try.
Like just normal track or like magically divine, you know? Also, have you read the book yet?
Maybe my tracking is not good enough.
Hey,
Fuck you,
Hendrik,
dude.
did you read this?
I'm not going to decide whether I read that today.
Well, I feel like a god already rolled to determine the probability. Is the god just getting a little lazy?
No, because the DM is not going to give Brandon an exhaustion point against his will. So I will.
But he succeeded. He wouldn't get an exhaustion.
It's true.
Yeah. He got a 1.
Okay. Let me read this book. About 10 minutes later.
So I'm gonna assume you also had a vision.
Well,
I don't want to talk about it yet.
I go and I get to I go find the gate, and I would like to find. There's only one way out of the. Give me the fucking map.
Well, there's 3 holes in the wall,
There are 3 holes in the wall.
plus a gate. So there's 4 different ways he could have gone out. That's exactly what I expected. We're just gonna act like this.
Okay.
We're just gonna act like it's your fault because it is.
I go to the main gate and I find there's got to be guards standing.
Yeah, there are.
Okay, I go up to the guards. A man in bronze armor. Curry's sight. Where did he leave?
No, since I've been on shift.
When do you go on? When did you come?
5 hours ago,
He's been
We're
There's
probably not gonna-
if it helps any, there's still actually soldiers that are still out there, rounding up some stragglers and making sure the tracking of the footmen to make sure they go back to the portal.
Do you know? Does anybody know who
Oh.
specifically went out there? Or is it just a squad of people went out? I assume it's war, but
You think the record keepers are worrying about that right now?
hey, some people, you would not believe how fastidious they get.
Well, they have to probably get through about 150 lost persons cases before they can worry about the people who left and willfully tracked the dragons.
Appreciate you trying anyway.
That's a fair point.
Well,
Alright,
I mean, so
I'll try and
respect
track
it.
him down.
All right, go for
Y'all
it.
can do whatever you want. I'll be back.
Not
He walks
before.
out. He walks out.
Not before you
I
tell us.
grab him as he
that
goes.
bitch-
Opportunity. I imagine we both grab him at the same time.
You watch as he floats in the air. What?
Not before you tell us that vision.
Wow, it's not like the right time. Maybe I can like tell you at the feast or something. You know, like I want to get in the woods. I want some time to think.
But how do we know that you didn't just have a vision where you and Draco are in a cavern with a dragon?
That's a good point. What if he had the same vision? He's on the same side.
Yeah, you're
I'll kill you. I'm gonna kill you on some
Insight check. Well,
Can I inside check you
Yeah.
as well? Great.
17.
insight
is
5.
He's just getting an excuse to be angry at Doc.
18.
Same thing. He's kind of just
No.
no.
Well, at least we can say there really wouldn't be any use for the Empire to use a small child that can't even track one guy with a scythe.
Well, he hasn't tried yet, to be fair.
Shh, he won't be able to.
Thank you, dude. Like, thank you.
It's still holding him.
Can y'all put me down?
Oh.
He gotta get down. I'll be back.
Well,
Sure. Do you have any way of contacting people long distance?
I can just bring it back.
We had a prophecy that he's going to arrive there. I'm not sure we're going to find, not even because you're necessarily bad or good, but just because there was a divine prophecy that it was going to happen. So,
Well, listen, right?
if you at least maybe find out
I
what
can,
direction
I'll,
we're
I'll
heading.
figure out. I can figure out.
We're just the side characters today.
I can maybe figure out how far he went, and if he goes too far, I'll turn around.
All right, sounds good.
Hembrick departs from your presence for a little while.
I like to think we just stand there looking at each other,
And as,
down in the snow.
as the two main characters fade into the distance, our bodies slowly fade away as the NPCs are no longer in render distance.
Yeah, exactly. We leave rendered.
The last thing you hear right before you see the black loading screen is the one guard at the gate. I heard there are dragon. So, with the rest of the day, I'll say you have a little bit of downtime if you'd like to do anything before the feast in the evening. If
I
not,
have
that is
nothing
okay.
specific.
I have nothing actually for
Well,
once.
we're going to, after about 5 hours, Hembrid comes back to you and conveys the information that he was able not to pick up Draco's track specifically, but tracks of both Kiri Vostok footmen and Doombringers, and there was a leading trail and a pursuit that went towards the west and the coast, but it was going a little bit too far for him to keep going.
well,
Guess we still going to that feast.
With that, you start to make your way to Beaumont Keep Castle, and a lot of the people are moving in that direction. There's a lot of excitement. The day that has been passing has kind of been the day of realization and mourning of the people who are lost. But as is tradition with most Midland cultures, if you are successful in a great battle, you need to be joyful and to celebrate the triumphs and to celebrate the great vaults of strength. You make your way there. There's a large crowd of people, mostly soldiers, making their way into the castle, and you are all led into a humongous, what looks to have been a dining hall, and but it's been a little bit rearranged. The first thing that catches your attention is the very lack of nobility. There's a lot of people here, but it looks to have been kind of stripped of its elegance and brought to more of a universal level. There are some fine bards playing in the back of the corner. There are soldiers mingling to and fro, laughing. There is loud carousing amongst different people. There is ale tankards sloshing everywhere. You see some nobles and higher-up officials, like with a little bit more dignity about themselves, discussing probably the future of events and how things are going to change and the tidings of the war. You see two like drunk soldiers like just brush past you that look like they're about to start a brawl if they would get angry. It's a very large feast. You see lots of familiar faces, some faces you recognize. You do not see Haldor. He's not there. But after mingling for a little bit, there is... who here has the highest passive perception?
I got 15.
18.
Passive perception is.
What do you add to your wisdom check?
So ordinarily it'd be
Do you have perception and wisdom?
but it's
Perception and wisdom
Mm-hmm.
plus your wisdom modifier.
plus 5 plus 1.
proficiency if you have proficiency.
Okay, so you have the highest. Because you add 10 to whatever you need.
Got it.
So-
it would be you.
Angamar, one of the things you also notice is that some of the higher-up officials, including the king, are mingling amongst the soldiers. And it is a very much a... They have suspended the social duties of honor for the time being, as everyone is on the same page of... They just lived, and they're happy to be alive. But kind of close you hear actually a little bit of an exchange between one of... It looks like the noble record keepers and the king, and they're talking about how things are going. And you hear the king. I don't see any of our representatives from the wilds. And you see the man.
They should be here. Of course they should be here. It would be insulting to deny the king the presence, the people that they would like. I'm terribly sorry, sir. I'll make sure. I'll go and find it.
At which point, Doc, you hear
Jormungandr's teeth! What the hell is that?
and you look and you see a person to the side throw this like slithering little object, and for a second you're like, what is that? And then you see for a second, you see a snake. Just a normal like woodland snake. Fall on the ground and people, oh gosh! And then there's this moment of like, what? And then you see another across the room, you hear a woman, oh! And you see like a raven that has like landed in her like dish and is like
Can I go up and just pick up the snake?
You go up and you pick up the snake. It looks like it kind of like does that little like retract thing, but it doesn't look like a harmless snake. It kind of just like
It doesn't look like a harmless snake.
I mean, you don't know, it's not attacking you.
Well, how are you, bud? That's what I thought. And there's another one over there by the raven?
No, there's not another snake, but
Oh, it's a
there-
raven.
Yeah, there's just a few.
I'm slowly raising my axe.
There's just a
Hey,
few moments.
hey, you need to calm down there, bud.
And Igor, you're kind of looking around the room, and you, with a keen
You're trying to get this
perception,
thing to
you
bite.
notice every now and then there's these just isolated instances of somehow animals are now in the dining hall, and you don't quite realize why. And you look towards the sky, and you can see ravens that are like perching on the great like statues and swords of the walls. And this happens for about 5 minutes, and it's kind of like an unspoken, awkward. What is happening? Why is the king allowed? Why is the king's hall infested with rats and rodents and creeping and crawling things? Before you see the doors of the chamber kind of, and I will say, the three of y'all are kind of together closer to the door. The doors open up, and you see like splayed against the wall this large shadow that kind of in the torchlight, flickering in the torchlight, that continually grows and grows and grows. And after a moment, you see, walking through the door, if you'd like to describe your character.
I would like to describe my character. She's 3 feet tall.
The shadow grows and kind of stops.
And then it starts to shrink. As you see, a turtle who looks to be probably later in life. They live about 50 years. She's probably in her 40s. She's got a little walking stick. There's moss stuck to her turtle shell. Some lichens growing on it. You see, as the light catches, some shiny trails where you can see the snails are crawling around on the back of her shell. And she hobbles on in.
What is your character's name?
Her name is Morel Tuber.
So, Morel, you have been sent as as an ambassador to the Rootbound Covenant.
Nobody else wanted to come.
Nobody else wanted to go to dine with civilization, so you were sent. You were sent at the beck and call to retrieve the artifact discussed by your archdruids, and to possibly garner this from the king or whoever you could find it from. You knew you would be welcome, but you don't know what this part of the world is like. It's high society and civilization. It's all strange. You see tall shapes. You see strange shapes. You get really confused because you see some people panicking next to what looks to be the cutest mouse you've seen. And they're wondering what's the problem. What's the problem with it dipping its tail in a wine glass? And this thing's going on and you're all taking this all in. What would you like to do?
But there is a rabbit holding a snake.
And you look to the right, you do see a heron gunfish, a rabbit. You've never seen a rabbit that big, and you've never seen a lion.
5'2".
5'2".
Okay, so
I believe you're around like average human height as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's average human height.
okay.
5'2".
That's 5'2". What do you mean?
Oh yes.
In Asia.
She's gonna hobble over to you
Out.
and kind of whack you with her cane and say, "Hey, put him down!
What?
Put him down!
What do you mean, put him down?
I mean, that's my little friend.
I asked him what his name was, and he said,
Do you speak snake?
no.
Then what do you think he was gonna say?
What do you mean?
He's a snake.
I'm aware that's how I asked him.
Put him down!
Whack, you feel a whacking stick. Like, it start to hit your leg a little bit.
Ow.
That's not hard. She's just going,
I still say ow.
put him down!
I take the snake and I go, why? Put him down.
Let him slither.
I walk further away.
You start to walk further away from this.
I'm like backing up slowly.
Giant armored man.
I
Nope.
summon my familiar.
You see this, it's a
dragon.
It's a little pseudo dragon. And you're familiar with these creatures. They're very, very rare, but you're familiar with them. They're kind of like an eclectic terrier version of a dragon. They're just a little chihuahua version of a dragon.
Hey, bud. I think this snake is shit talking me.
Does your friend speak snake?
I think so.
Do you speak dragon?
No.
You are an odd fellow. Know that all the lights are on upstairs.
At which point, a horrifying sight meets your vision.
Oh.
You see this slightly overweight man in this, what you can imagine, like, just looks alien and uncomfortable cloak that's, like, got all these weird buttons and pieces of metal on it.
Oh, damn I say, you must be with the Rootbound Covenant. What took you so long? How dare you take so long? What? You must meet the king. You must everything. What's wrong with you?
Who are you?
Who am I?
Yeah, who are you?
Who are you?
I'm Morel Tuber.
I will take the name to the king.
You stand next to me? Yeah. I turned to you and I said, I feel that's pretty racist. Didn't say.
Me too.
Didn't ask what my name was.
No, I said, who are you? I didn't ask anybody's name.
I would like to
I'm
call.
offended.
Why would anyone ask
Yeah.
for your name though?
And you look around and you see.
Yeah.
You've seen a few orcs, but this one is dressed differently, a little bit more like warriorish than like nobly warriorish than you
You're
actually
an orc?
recognize.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, you're a fancy little fella, aren't you?
Do I understand what just got said to me?
Assumingly, you've only heard it.
Yes!
Yeah, you're a fancy little fella.
I mean, the armor is well made.
Little fella.
Also,
Is
are you
the-
from the woodlands? Like, sorry, what is your name? I'm not from here, but I do respect your authority.
I am Jorgenmar. I am one of the high senior record keeper of the tax office in this here establishment.
Thank you, Jorgen man.
You're a good man? He's your good man?
No, Jorgemond.
You're
He's not my good man.
No. That's merely
No.
his name. Are you from the
I'm going to tell
wildlands?
the name. And he like walks off like confused, angry, but too confused to really process his anger, and walks off somewhere. You
Also,
can
sorry
see-
if this is rude, but it's really hard to hear you. I'm gonna sit down.
You look at Ironborn. And you are familiar with the Yojun people. They are
Yeah.
very distantly descended from the giants. He stands about almost 8 foot.
Oh,
so he is.
Yeah.
He is
That's
Like
why
at
I'm like,
your ankles.
I'm like, are you one of the wild shaman, type people? I mean, you have moss growing on your back. You like small animals, so this makes sense, right?
I'm from the Fruitbound Coven, yes.
The
It's
king's
boys.
kind of looking for you if you want to meet him.
Whoa. That was intense.
I
They're
will.
listening.
I'll go.
Oh.
I'll meet the king, I think.
All right, sure.
Are you the king? You're dressed
No,
up fancy.
no.
You're not.
It's actually this guy right over here. I'm
And
They
gonna
you
don't
see-
send me out.
child.
It's
I
really
stay in my home.
lead this small person over to the king.
I'm gonna
trying
follow.
not to step on her.
You
I'll lock
Leave
eyes with
the
the snake
little-
as we walk away.
see the snake.
I'm telling you, that son of a bitch.
You,
I think it likes you.
so you are escorted by these friends you do not know, and you are brought, and you see before you a little boy. And you heard that he was young, but he looks to be maybe 15. Looks to be 15. You don't know how old he actually is, but kind of standing there and kind of looks over at you. And the first thing that catches you, and it's a little is he has these very, very deep, bright blue eyes, and you look at them, and it's almost like a level of discernment that's unnatural, and it's a little, whether you show it or not, but it's a little unnerving in the soul when you first see it, even from someone of your background. And thank you for coming. You see him, you look behind him and you can see like these two very large knights that are like standing as guards. I realize this is not the Coven's usual standard meeting, but I do appreciate the gesture.
Oh, it's no problem, dearie.
Your help was very, very grateful on the outside of the wall.
Oh, I sat in my hut, but I'm glad you appreciated the rest of them.
No worries. Please, if you'll have a seat, we're going to begin the actual proceedings in a moment.
All right, I'll take a
Is
seat.
there
Usually I sit on the ground. Could I get a stool?
yes. There should be.
A little short for these
There's
chairs.
lots of, and you look around and he kind of points towards like crowds of different, like a couple different gnomes and halflings that have their stools as
Oh,
well.
excellent.
I'm gonna
He
grab a stool.
motioned. So you see Rose kind of bring over his stool, very loudly scraping across the floor.
Oh, I thought that was a goblin on this one.
Oh, sorry.
Any way we can help? Just Oh. How are y'all?
Howdy.
Doing well.
Other day.
Oh, don't worry about him. That's Jorgen, man. I'm very glad you could make it. Please have a seat and enjoy yourself. He kind of takes a little bit of a step away and starts speaking and kind of motioning. And you see some of the guards kind of like going to the different tables and motioning people to sit down.
I'm squat.
How old is that king over there?
15.
Oh, yeah, when I was his age, I was 15 too. What a coincidence.
I know speak common very well. I know understand. I don't speak common very
Oh,
well.
that's okay, Gary. I don't understand a lot of things.
I remember druids being evil. Are not all druids evil?
Well, that seems like a personal choice.
And I thought you were racist. Well, this isn't
Personally,
racist.
I
It's
like
actually
to
against
drink
like
tea
a group.
and
Like,
take
I'd like to point out to you.
And there's
No,
a
that
moment
I
like when
was
she
only
says that,
racist
and you take a
towards
moment at
him
your height.
and
You're
his
a little
level
bit
of racism.
closer to the end of her.
He's vindicating me
her
right
stick,
now.
and
to be fair,
what
I
would be
haven't
the
heard most of
equivalent
his
of
racist comments you've been talking about.
fantasy
I'm
D&D
surprised he
waft
never
of
took this much
essential
comment from
oils
him.
hit your nose, and you're like a very pungent
Very
odor,
crusty walking
a
stick.
very pungent odor like beats your nose. You're like,
Herbal.
What? So, what kind are crazy? You don't think all buildings should be burned?
No, not all of them. I have no hut.
Have you ever controlled a massive snake thing
Well, I have.
and killed people with it?
Only bad people.
What did the guy look like that was in the salamander?
so the guy that was in the salamander looked to be you remember the Ravagers from Firefly?
Oh yeah, yeah.
A little bit more close. This is a little bit more stable mentally. Odd for sure, but stable.
How do I know which is good and which is bad?
We all want to know.
Question of life.
I'd like to say in Orcish to you, are you asking a small turtle about moral dilemmas? That you don't understand.
I gotta ask.
What is?
How fast can you move? Like, do you like? Do you like?
Whoa!
Or do you like?
Well, between you and me,
This is the first person you're looking at who's at like your eye height.
I can go faster than a howl, but I keep that as a surprise.
Oh, hey! I've got a wife, lady. Don't want to be talking about that. All right, okay.
You just flirted with Brandon.
At which point you see, you hear a general hush kind of come over the room, and you see the musicians playing, like, change their music to play just some slow in the background, some beats to party to. No, and you see, like, a lot of the royal figures have now come to a head table, and standing there are most of the officials, except the king, who is kind of sitting. He's actually sitting in his seat and kind of looking around happily. You see some of the other officials sit down, and there is a moment of silence before you see Oldervik. And you see this older gentleman, grayish hair, looks to be someone who has lived a very rough life, lots of scars, some full but turning gray hair, in this like very ceremonial, not functional armor, but for the occasion. Kind of stands up and reaches down and grabs like his sword at his side. Friends of the crown, I bid thee welcome.
Did he say friends of the clown? I didn't come here to see a clown.
Me neither.
We bid thee
I think he said crown.
victory! And you see everybody, huzzah! And lots of people like raise drinks. And there is a like, it's
Huzzah!
like a general just shout of all these soldiers, these primal half-drunk soldiers, yeah! And they scream all over the place. And there's like bits of drool that fly into the air. And you see him. Today is a day that we celebrate both what we protected and both what we have lost. And the great trials that we have come across and the great trials that are yet to come. But today is a day of celebration, of camaraderie, to honor the memories of the fallen and how they helped us. With these proceedings, the king would like to wish every single one of you thank you. You have served your country, your land, your faith, and your honor well. You are given the highest of honor, and may ever in the record halls be kept your names of the highest ordeal. For those who did not cower, those who stood in a hopeless situation. That is, if Radecki will even fit on the page. And you see like a couple of the soldiers laugh as like on the end of the high table, the half-ogre Radecki just sits there and nods. He looks like he's had more than a few. There are those we wish to honor especially. On behalf of the crown, to the Doombringer battalions who have staffed our walls, you will always be welcome. May all the blessings of all giants and all angels be upon you and your children. To the Doombringers! And he like draws his sword and everyone like screams and celebrates. Of those of especial recognition, the king has offered some rewards to those who did not have to stay, but made the decision to. To the individuals, and he kind of like takes his sword and is walking around and kind of gestures towards y'all's table, who have been very helpful and kind to the king. There is a blessing that would like to be bestowed upon you all. And there's a moment of like awkward silence as you see he's like looking and counting and realizing y'all are one member short, but
It's gotta keep going.
keeps going.
To the fuck.
Please step forward if you will. And you see some of the people, you look, and to your disgust, Rust, you hear a voice behind you. Oh yeah, you gotta have to get up there. And you turn around and you see the gadfly, the man who was sent to originally watch you and integrate you into the Doombringers. And you see some of the old other soldiers, yeah! They start like pounding on the table. You see it's a very excitable crowd. And some of them like, yeah! They start cheering you guys. Get out there!
In Orcish to you, I don't think we can get out of this bullshit.
I've already stood up and started heading over.
You stand up.
I stand up.
And you all start moving over.
Get away from the gadfly. Nothing.
You see Oldervik, by Radecki's testimony, it seems these are the ones who have slain the general of the devils that assaulted our fortress. And you hear all of them, yeah! And they all begin to cheer and chant. As such, the king has extended to you a special blessing, should you choose it. You are not forced in any way. Freedom is highly valued in these lands, though we wish not to take it from you even with this blessing. You are offered baronies of this kingdom. With such title comes the promise of other gifts, certain position and weight in council, privileges are sorts should you wish to accept. It is the king's bounty to you.
I don't think I know what that means, to be honest with you, sir.
You see the king he kind of looks up and stands up.
I'm not very good at governing.
And you look, and you're a very, very insightful person, and you see this like really weird dichotomy in the king of like he's maturing very well. He's also a very young boy in a very big man's shoes, and he's like, and like you all hear very quietly, I'm not gonna go to spot speaking, okay. I would like to offer thanks. I will offer you a reward if you like. If you take the barony, that's my legal way to give you land and a keep. I cannot give it to you yet because it is not built. But I would offer, if you like, and this is like slightly less volume than like not all the rest of the people can hear. If you pick a spot, I would like to fund building you a keep for your barony. As a gratitude, because this fortress would not be standing without you all.
Hi, Margus. My king, that is the highest honor you could possibly give me. But I must decline. My people are one who wander. I fear I would not be able to make use of your gift to its utmost. Thank you, though.
No offense taken in any kind of rejection as such.
As am I.
He looks to you.
I look around the room frantically. Is Clarence in this room?
Roll a perception check.
12 plus... What is my perception? If I could only read!
That's
Yes!
a perception right there.
There we go. Lit. 17.
You do not see him. Look around.
Do I see anyone that looks like a priest?
You look around, and you're looking frantically, and the last set of eyes you fall on is this little turtle's eyes looking at you. And you're like, that's not a priest, that doesn't help. And you keep looking for a second.
I don't really want it. Go to that one.
I will stop.
There's like a moment of like questioning.
What do you mean?
Well,
He's giving me something.
Still.
Why would I not want it? But I don't need it.
and you see kind of the older bit. There are other gifts. As a little bit of a gift that would go with such, but we will pass to you. You will be given a set of the finest horses bred in Galwan, if they are yours for the taking. They are of exceptional quality.
Thank you.
But we are very grateful. Thank you. And as for the services of our druidic friends on the outskirts of the forest, a barony is not such a fixed gift as it may indeed be insulting.
Can I like really quick like grab that out of his hand? Like, can I like?
Is there any request? Is there any request of the root-bound covenant?
Is this something I'd want to speak in private about, or
You don't know.
Okay.
You don't give it.
Okay.
It's up to your discretion.
It's only important political decision.
You have been married.
To marry the two people.
well,
You see like a couple people cough like they're like some of like the alcohol is getting to them and the silence in the room for the moment is like
I was sent here looking for something powerful. that we had a feeling might have fallen into your hands.
And there's a murmur, like the whole room starts to murmur.
And I suddenly slide the cloak over the book.
Slowly slide.
just like.
And you see, like, you look at the king, who's like entirely perplexed, and how about we discuss this after? We will look into this matter thoroughly to make sure the friends of the crown are.
Oh, and we'll have tea. That sounds lovely.
Yeah. And you see older Vic. Very well. And there, you see, after
I brought
that,
some with me.
he goes through the process of about 15 other people get specifically honored. You see other people come up.
Not the gadfly.
The gadfly does not get honored.
No,
Wrong. The
this
gadfly
is
gets the
bullshit.
And the gadfly
I should have given him my bear.
does not get honored, but which is actually made aware to most of the people because you hear, "Oh, I'm mine." Well, then I get what? And you see like a couple hands like smack up. Oh, what the? But the party begins to go on for a little bit. It's a nice feast. Nothing too special happens. No terrible world-ending disasters. It's a nice actual reprieve. You see Hembrig is like over in the corner debating whether or not he wants to actually accept the barony. And he's kind of talking with some of the officials about it. Again, I'm going to let Brandon decide. It would have been easier if he was here. But the party continues. Is there anything else you all like to do while the party is ongoing? You see lots of familiar faces.
I would like to approach Morel Tuber, right?
Yes.
Okay.
What are you looking for?
I don't know.
Oh,
Something powerful.
you were just.
Our woods are not safe. They've become much less safe recently. And I've been sent to look for a solution.
Okay, so.
Wait.
He just appeared. He's like,
Well, I assume we're sitting at the same table.
Yeah, he's been.
oh, okay.
We were sitting at the same table before, so I'm just
His
assuming we're
drink
the
does
same.
not fit on the table. It is the size of our table.
So you're saying the crown didn't steal a really powerful object from your forest?
Oh, no.
Okay, because that's 100% what you made it sound like.
Oh.
Cool. That's great to know.
Whoopsie.
I'll say your voice is getting deeper as you're slowly getting bigger.
Suddenly, Amor's knife picks up.
What's a water? So that was a summer cold.
Is powerful. An item, but you don't know what it is.
Yes.
Alright.
Well,
Drink some food.
what? Sorry, I misunderstood your action. I think you grabbed the orb and went, "Oh yeah!" What the fuck?
No, there's a cup directly in front of me.
Got it. I understand
It
now.
has something you love called alcohol.
Yeah, it's good.
Have you seen the bronze armored man carrying a scythe? Emo as fuck.
Emo. What is it, strange arcane term?
I've seen a lot of bronze armored men in my
That's
time.
is what Doc said he is. His
Yeah.
color of hair, emo.
The color of that hair was. Do we know what color Draco's hair is?
It's emo, black.
It was black? Okay. No, that color's called black.
That's
I have
called.
no idea what emo is. Is that some weird celestial name? Or
Yeah, it's demonic. But it means like black and demonic.
Sure.
Canonically, it fits.
Alright.
I say an orcish too, guys. Assumedly,
You look at your feet and you see a weasel, like crawling at your feet. It looks like it's trying to speak to you.
Oh. I pick it up and put it on the table.
You pick it up, you watch it lengthen, and then put it on the table.
It's not.
And I
Done
will
yet.
use speak with animals.
It's not done yet.
And you speak with animals, and you see this gerbil. Not gerbil, this
A weasel.
weasel.
Oi!
Oh!
Well, hello. Is there any way I can help you?
I think that son of a bitch is ratting us out. I'm saying this in Orcish.
Can I help you with anything?
I think we need to.
Well.
I think we need to figure this out.
Look, do I get it right now?
No, I don't think Gillen is the answer.
Oh, that's very sweet, honey.
Guys, stop scheming about
Many,
the weasel.
many of
I
men
don't know
have
what
said
you're
that to
saying,
me.
but I can see it in your dog's eyes.
I do have nuts in my pocket.
Just because the turtle's talking like a weasel
Okay. Let me
doesn't
think.
mean you need to kill either one
I
of
could
them.
really use. I would love to know what's being discussed at that fancy table over there.
Oh, I can do that.
I will have a snack for you waiting here.
I say to Rust, I think that she knows we have the book now.
As a very insightful person, you talk to this gerbil, a seemingly harmless act, and you look up, and 3 deadpan eyes of incredible suspicion are
That's
eyeing
not
you
true.
down.
There's only two sets.
Yeah.
2 eyes of
Unfortunately, I have no idea
decision
what
of like very strong suspicion are staring into your soul.
So how in the
Oh,
world do
he
you
doesn't
speak
have
weasel?
rabies.
No, how do you speak weasel?
Oh, I speak all animals. Sometimes. Not always. Just every now and then. Got it.
Oh, just
Not
like you
the
can only
noggin rat.
sometimes speak, language. Anyway.
Do horses like being ridden?
That is a fair question to ask. But good game, you win. And that's where we end our session.
This is what I love about it.
Especially after we
just
jerked
had
off horses.
one of the most world-defining wars ever, and the funniest question that we are at, the only question we're going to remember out of it: do horses like?
I think it depends on the horse. Again, this seems like a matter of personal preference.
How do you know?
Do they let you?
Going through the list of which horses tried to run away and which horses willingly let Russ ride them.
I'm gonna sit and think
I
quietly
found
for a
that
long
they
time.
typically make it pretty clear. Do you not talk to your little friend?
What do you mean?
Your little dragon friend? You don't talk to him?
Well, we communicate.
How?
I'll look at him. He'll look to me.
Back
He can look to me.
in my day, there was a song about that.
Oh,
You just look at him?
yeah.
That's a sad life you live.
I-
Do you talk to animals?
I just asked you, how do you talk to a weasel?
Well, I thought it might have been weasel specific.
Yes. Mark can talk to all animals but weasels, and this has perplexed him for his entire life.
Yes.
And now here's this turtle is.
Exactly.
No, I in fact cannot talk to any animals. However, now that we're on horses, and you said they make it pretty clear, but there is a common practice called breaking a horse in. And that is how you train a wild horse to then
Well,
let you
do the
ride.
wild ones want to be ridden?
Well, what about
Do
after?
they like it?
That's what I'm asking you. Do you know?
I don't talk to
Do your
horses. Have you
people-
seen the
Do
size
your
of horses?
people
Have you seen
have
the
they ever had
size
any
of
dealings
me?
with them? With those
Oh,
type of people
Rootbound
actually?
Covenant?
Or any of the weird
Roll
shaman
a
people?
history. Roll a history check.
Just really, not even just them. Just
You've
any of them.
interacted as a nomadic tribes. You are very commonly interacting with druids.
3.
There's also some druids in the Valthanu tribe.
Cool.
But
I'm gonna assume some of them
you
are
do not
curses.
recognize the Rootbound Covenant.
Cool. Well, I don't know about the Rootbound Covenant, but
I talked to a lot
Some-
more weasels.
some
than
of
I
the
do
druids
horses.
that I knew, not many of them really talked to animals, to be honest, but some of them did ride horses.
I'd like to point out Rust is like slowly getting more and more drunk as he reconstructs his entire worldview, realizing that she was talking to a weasel, which means weasels can somehow talk, and he's realizing now that he's having conversations with a rabbit and turtle. So he's slowly getting lost in the reality and the drink, and is zoned out of the conversation.
Why can some talk and
I'll
others can't?
have you roll a spellcasting check.
Okay.
So that is add your wisdom and proficiency. So if your wisdom is +5, or
I
no,
rolled
it's
a
+4.
20. I roll a d20, my wisdom is +4.
So you
I
roll
don't know what you're
+4
trying to
and
say
add
to
your
me, but
proficiency
you
as well. So
need
roll a
your dark
d20
play.
and add
You need to drink more.
15.
15.
Yes.
You are very. One of the reasons druids don't usually like to come into cities is because it makes you feel a little bit isolated from nature. It kind of just, it's not as connected.
Well, that's why I brought my snails.
And they're very nice comfort. But there's something odd. You feel as like you've very few times in your life actually tapped into very ancient elder natural power that's very, very old and deep-seated. And it's almost like you can feel it close.
Wonder what that could possibly be. I have 2 possibilities.
Do you boys feel that? Feels like the spirit of my Meemaw is hanging around here.
I do not feel the spirit of your Mima.
Oh, well, that's probably a good
Wait,
thing.
which
I-
spirit is it?
Wait,
The one of my Meemaw.
I'm trying. Well, I haven't met your mom.
Me neither.
Oh,
She's been dead for 43,000 years.
40. Wait, I'm sorry. 43,000?
Something like
Is your
that.
Mima like
Oh God.
the mother of your mother?
She's everybody's Meemaw.
Okay, okay, not blood related. Got
I
it.
understand.
Got it.
I understand now.
We don't know your actual age, so if we're saying Imar's like, is this 3 foot tall turtle? Millennia old.
No.
Well, he didn't say that out loud, but
Should have done that.
Millennial.
Should have had you come out as the
Turtle.
turtle at the dawn of time.
I'm just the
As it
turtle that
slows.
the world rests on in that one.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm not very connected to spiritual
I can tell.
shenanigans. But what do you mean by spirit of your Mima?
Oh, it's just like, a cold breeze on the back of your neck. Usually I just tuck into my shell when it gets chilly like that, but it's not the kind of breeze that'll fix that. It's just,
Has anybody
very
ever told you
powerful.
that sometimes asking you questions feels like it just leads to more questions?
many people have said that. I never understood
not a
why
bad
they kept
quality.
asking questions.
You know,
It's just-
I'm like
needs to make
slowly
sure.
rotating like a piece of beef. Like trying to understand the reality.
Is Rusty becoming vegan?
Yeah, it's just like
You think that one wanted to be eaten?
Whoa, don't hit him with that.
I look at you and I go, I think I see what you're saying about the Meemaw. That makes a lot of sense to me.
No, you can't see the Meemaw.
Exactly. I'm seeing it through your words. You know what I'm saying? It's
You
one of them
can't see my
acronyms.
words either.
Sacronyms?
Sacronyms?
Yeah.
I'm familiar with that phrase.
It's like when a word means something that you can see.
What?
Acronym.
What? A word means something that you can see?
Yeah, it's called a acronym.
Like when I say chair,
That-
and you have that seat right there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or like, have you ever been cursed?
Have you ever been cursed?
Yeah.
Oh, I've never been cursed. Interesting.
You deal with curses.
I've dealt with curses.
Sometimes druids play pranks on each other by placing mild curses.
I had this cousin one time. He may have cursed me a little bit, but it was only a little bit. And I cursed him back, so we're even.
Oh.
I might have cursed him a little more. But he started.
Giant stare.
Well,
1,000-yard stare.
oh,
Too bad.
Oh, Brandon.
No.
Callan!
Hi!
Are you the special someone?
No,
I don't know where we're gonna put this.
Oh, okay.
How about put it in the center?
It's at 100%, so we can plug it.
What's up, Pierce?
Put this in the. Put it on top.
Hey.
How are you?
Good. Fine.
I thought you had a shift change.
I
What the heck
did.
happened?
I got the 12
You said-
to 5. That's what I was.
You
so-
said I could be there. You said
Oh.
I could be there at 5, and then a day later you're like, I got the shift change.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, so it sounded like you had the entire time off.
Sorry, guys. But I'm here though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you had a vision.
We're actually done now.
But Zach's not telling us what it is, so it's very well.
We'll get to.
I was fully expecting to walk in on like a full combat.
No, we're talking to a 3-foot turtle.
No, you did. The only
And
thing we
Rust
missed is that
becoming
Draco's
vegan.
betraying
Oh my
us.
gosh.
Yeah, and Draco's betraying us.
Drake was betraying us.
Yeah.
Yeah, quite
So you haven't missed much.
unironically confirmed.
Drake is betrayed.
Draco was a Drake who
So,
Hellring.
to bring you up to speed, I'm sorry, I did my best to roleplay you.
Sure you did.
They wanted you to do stuff.
do stuff?
So
That's not true. He started it. He had you roll.
it's true. No,
And then
actually, I'm
roll
talking about other stuff.
Succeeded.
So what happened over the course of the past few events is, and we'll go just maybe about 40 more minutes to another half hour. We'll break for dinner.
Yeah, sure.
The battle came to a conclusion because the other Dragonborn surrendered with their leader killed, as you said, killed him.
I killed him.
The point.
Oh.
Remember the last thing you killed was the dragon?
Oh yes. Yeah, I do.
That was the general. And then you got what
Yeah, you
possibly is
won
one of the ashes of Voluspa, which Eingamar is now carrying, but you have not examined it all. You were brought to a feast the next day, hosted by the king, which is kind of honoring a lot of the people who helped. A couple things that did happen is they tried to open the book and actually interpret a vision. And gain a vision. Successfully did. The vision that has been discussed, because I wanted to wait till you were here to actually give you your vision. Doc got a vision of some interesting vision of Draco allying himself with the dragons in some form or context.
He bowed to the ancient black dragon.
Yes.
Ancient black dragon.
And now, now we can't. And now we can't find it.
So now you're currently at
And
a
normally
party,
we know Draco
but
would walk the
one,
opposite sides of the street.
Guest that has joined you in a little bit of a weird context is a 3-foot tall, little turtle old woman covered in moss, lichen, and other little bits of growth.
Yeah.
There's snails on her shell,
Cancerous.
and
Probably.
we are currently in the middle of a.
We're slowly getting sloshed over a table.
Yeah, Russ is becoming vegan. Oh, we're getting drunk.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
No.
So at which
We're being
point,
killed.
At which point you see kind of come over to the table, older Vic, the gentleman, and he kind of comes over. Oh, if I may I have a seat?
Of course.
And kind of takes a seat.
I think animals eat animals.
We
So
are a
why
little
would-
bit confused by your seeking a powerful object.
Oh, that's okay. So am I. They just sent me because everybody else was busy.
Okay.
Our forest is not safe. It's not usually safe, but now it's less safe than it was. And we would
understand
like
that.
to fix it. And a little birdie told us. It was actually kind of a medium-sized birdie. But the size of the birdie is irrelevant.
It kind of gives like a silent yell.
There's a powerful force somewhere here. It feels like my Meemaw is watching over us.
Okay, that's not. Do y'all?
I wish I had more information than what she just gave you. But from what we've talked to her about so far, I'm impressed you got it that quickly.
Do y'all know of any?
No, they don't
Powerful
know my
items
Meemaw.
located in this kingdom? No, sir.
We're not carrying the ancient book of the end times or the ashes
Wait,
of the dragon
no.
we killed.
I don't say that. I say only thing we
Aw,
had.
you've
Well,
already
I know.
said
I'm
it.
sorry. I wanted to mention. I don't take it back. I say, oh, except for that one chisel that they gave us, but that broke.
Oh yeah.
That's I add that. I did not mean I took anything away.
No, you still detected to make a check.
Mid-action.
That's an 18.
If only you had slippery
18.
bar.
He kind of looks at you. I don't know.
Yep.
I don't know. Well,
Got you guys.
I will say, perhaps these people can help you find whatever object you are looking for. Do not worry. The king has not told me very much about your dealings, except that they are very mysterious in dealing with higher powers and forces at bay.
Yeah, object finding, not really.
Like my Meemaw.
I don't know if that's speaking ill of the deceased.
She's very long deceased. You could probably speak a little bit ill of her.
If you need specific help from the kingdom, please just let us know.
Okay, thank you.
Kind of walks away confused and kind of like gives y'all a look of like
Sugar.
y'all once again left it
That's my weasel come back.
Hemberg
He's still
regains
there.
consciousness.
Did you find
Need a little
Draco?
bit of one of those.
Did you find Draco?
Easily distracted.
Yeah, what?
Did you
Where
find,
am I?
Where did you find Draco?
You were sent to go and see if you could find Draco as you've been separated from him and have not seen him.
And he's
Trying
betraying
to
us.
find him.
You found a trail of a mass of soldiers in pursuit of the Kiribostok footmen, some of them that escaped. You did not find any specific one that looked like Draco. But, so you followed that trail for a while, but the trail was going farther than would need be, so you came back. So you did not find Draco.
We did it, guys.
No dice on Draco.
And what did you see in the book?
And at
And that's where we take our lunch break.
Oh, that was even better.
So you're kind of you take a moment to think. It's a lot to think about. So I will convey the thing that you saw.
Yeah.
Let me pull up which one.
Can we just do like? Can I just do like a fast forward?
Yeah.
You know, if this is what Hemberg would say, word for word, yes. You know, Doc gave us nothing and told us a Queen Bee story.
I told you a lot with that Queen Bee story, I'd like to state.
Yo, guys, I tried to Google how to level up your D&D character.
Don't worry
Yeah,
about
We'll do that break.
that. We'll
And
do it.
I got to the point where I was like, I'm just gonna raw dog it as level 10. Like, I'll just be
Level 10.
because
You were level 9.
level 9. Okay, so
But
we're
we'll
all
do-
leveling up to
Yeah.
level 9.
You're going to 11. But don't
Going
worry.
to
We'll take care of it.
We'll take care of
It's
it
no
after.
worries. No worries.
Yeah.
Won't affect anything.
The thing that you saw, which was definitely interesting and horrifying, and you've not wanted to talk about it because it was a very disturbing image, and it's brought to your mind again. You were taken. You were taken too far away to a field, and in the vision, you take a moment of your Ranger's Apprentice skill. Your Ranger's skill, and you think this is grasslands. This is probably close to Tenrath, But you're going past it even farther, and you go across like an open channel of water to see great mountains. And roll a nature check. See if you recognize where this is.
Get him some dice.
Thank you.
Nature check.
And if we do get the big
check.
20 not natural.
20 not natural. You do recognize this. The grass is greener. It's of a vibrant green. It's very moist. There's lots more rocks. This is the Sheridan Highlands, far to the east. This is interesting. You're over there, and the thing that you see is a horde of creatures marching across a field. Disturbing creatures born of flame and darkness and hunger and evil and consumption. And they were moving across the field. And they all come to a stop and are just like soldiers and footmen. They look just awful. You've actually seen these beasts before. These are Draugr. They're more demonic. You've actually even witnessed one getting killed by Doc when you first met him. But these ones look more alive in whatever kind of evil capacity they can see. And you saw looming shadows, or a looming shadow of a massive figure traveling amidst this horde of demons, and you didn't see the figure per se, but you heard voices calling, chanting amongst each other. Defeat the sin, fight the sin, and the sin will take us. We must take it before it takes us. And you hear this bellowing voice of what you could only describe as pure hostility and hatred.
It must not spread beyond the humans. Kill and eat, or be eaten.
And you see, extending past your vision, this massive, flaming sword, the size of 16 men, stick through the air. And your vision kind of pours out for a little bit, and you see thousands of demons rushing further east. And you look in the distance, and you can see large pillars of smoke rising. And I'll have you roll a perception check.
You said I roll with advantage.
You do not roll with advantage.
He did get a natural 1.
Yeah, I
That is the extent of your vision.
He got a 3.
But those visions and things, they're not pleasant.
You got it when you read from the book. We all tried to read. You and Blaine both.
Yeah. I would like to relay that to my
Relay.
Where?
You are actually familiar with Sheridan. Sheridan is the first part.
Where?
You traveled through Sheridan. Sheridan is the, if you look on your map, is the part that connects New Phobos with Midland.
Where is
It is very far to the east.
That's your hometown.
That's
You lived there for
east.
most of your life.
East.
If you look at the other smaller map, it will have the names.
Oh, Sheridan Highlands. Oh. And we're on the opposite side.
Yep.
Great.
That was your vision.
That was pretty cool.
Do I remember anything of religious significance about that?
Roll a religion check.
Oh, gosh. Okay. Oh! Alright. Let's go.
20.
20.
Natural.
So,
Or natural. No, not natural, sorry.
demons, for the most part,
Uh-huh.
are lacking of a greater will. They're usually carrying malice, hunger, anger, greed, whatever was associated with the shadow that that evil creature holds. They cannot be organized by their own will. They are drawn to greater evil powers. The only power that could organize thousands of demons to its will is... You've never heard of something like that? No, you have. There's been mentions of studies of demon lords in your various studies as a religious scholar, but there is something else in more recent times with the 20. One of the 3 evils was described as true demons. You don't know what those would be, but you've heard of some. Some famous names: Orcus, Moloch, Baal. They're not good. In religious writings, they're usually have been understood to be beings condemned to their own planes, left only to try and tinker with mortals and not walk among them.
Can I roll history as well?
A religion.
Religion?
History.
Cool.
Ta. What is ta? Is that how you say it?
19.
Like T8 ta? Like what is that?
You've done some looking into that. Kind of the understanding that's been communicated, because I think the last person that got it was you, and were you withholding information that you discovered?
For Ta? Wait, I missed part of that sentence. I'm sorry.
Ta is the name, is a Midland name. It is the pretty much the Midland name and religion for hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would not have held that back.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got a 19, by the way.
19. You unknown. You're like, oh, cool. That's a true demon. That's pretty bad.
That's all Doc needs.
So that's the Ember.
Yeah.
part.
True demons were usually reserved for the highest equipped teams of paragons. And they were, actually, it's not usual for them to be in physical form. Usually true demons manifest as spirits that either possess or will, like they can take over countries by taking over rulers. They don't manifest. That's not good.
So we have the Fell, that's the weak being plague, that's the mist we run into, and then we
You're
have
familiar with
the
that mist.
usurper.
Fell to your forest every, about 2 weeks ago. People are not usually allowed to go out at night, but the forest for some reason doesn't creep inside your hut. And you usually go to bed at a pretty good hour, so it didn't bother you very much.
It was your bedtime by then, so nothing changed.
When the sun goes down, so do I.
So we
To bed.
have the deciding sin, the void, and that's probably the Emberborn progeny of Ta.
Well,
So we got East.
Back 2 of the 3.
can I do a history check since I'm semi-familiar with the region? If I'd know any of the stuff from her forest, if it's semi-close.
What do you mean?
Well, assumedly, whatever forest, and this is me not knowing at all, forest she's from, is it just a forest, or is there known that there's druids there?
Roll a history check to see if you can understand anything about the Rootbound Covenant, because that would determine.
No, fuck you. You said history?
Mm-hmm.
So 13.
13? You've heard of the Rootbound Covenant, as you've been in this area a while. They're usually on the very eastern side of the Chaos Reach Forest.
Got it.
That's about it.
We have a tortoise and a hare. Make them race.
Yes!
Come on, guys.
I think you can shut the hell up.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Why would a
Yeah, no, my bad.
There's a really
talking about a
Just,
weird,
you know, just
weird
came
show
in.
fit
Yeah,
gnomes
no.
now?
Yeah, I don't know.
there's a really racist book that essentially that essentially
Yeah.
they make our species race.
Wow, that's
Yeah, so,
I'm not
I
gonna
mean-
lie, that is hella messed up.
I mean, I was always told slow and steady wins the race.
Yeah,
So
that's what I fucking heard.
So I guess I'm gonna stick with that. So
Who won?
I don't want to talk about it. It's a really racist propagandic book.
You take a moment to think, and you're like, you know, that kind of sounds like some of the issues you've been having in the forest. Some of the main problems that you've been having in the forest is unnatural fires and creatures walking around in unnatural flame.
Jeez, if only we knew where this flame was.
You said they're on fire?
What are you talking about? We do.
yes, yes.
Well,
Can I just
and they're east.
can I just word vomit the?
You did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you did. You did.
Yeah, I did. I did.
Plains of
Not that.
Tinrath.
I'm just the
There's
equivalent of
flames in
like
the plains of
90
Tinrath.
human
We
years
already know
old.
that.
90 human years old.
Just to clarify, you're seeing fiery things, unnatural fiery things over in the east.
Yeah.
That kind of sounds like what we've got outside in my backyard.
And where are you from?
With the forest. What forest am I from?
Right there.
I'm from this corner of the forest.
This man was talking about that.
Do you know
Here.
He was talking in here.
Ah, cool.
But
And then
I
where's-
could've
and then
sworn I
where's
had
Tinrath?
seen-
Tenrath is the plains. Plains of Tenrath.
Cool. All right. So based on this map that we pulled out on this table, there's flames here, according to 3 different sources.
Oh, I see.
So just like the mist, they're everywhere.
Well,
Good to
they're
know.
in my forest, and that's why I'm here.
You don't happen to know a Loretta Windreed, do you?
What's a Loretta?
That's my mom's name. Sorry. You say you grew up in the forest. So did I.
You grew up in this forest?
Not this one, but you know. I see it as a whole entity.
Oh,
So-
that's very respectful of me, Ma, for you to do that.
Now, my mom's
Just
been dead
curious.
for 43,000 years. You, as Himbrig, would know this. So Nathaniel was telling Brandon that is info we learned.
Just curious. Just curious.
Dead as in not seen.
Mark's not going to touch that sentence.
So the night continues, the feast begins to quiet down. Everyone kind of eventually goes back. And it's really interesting. Part of the thing that they do is it comes in waves.
I know.
So there's actually, you've been there long enough that you see them start to prepare another feast for the guards that were posted on guard duty. And we're not able to come to the first feast, so they actually are cycling them through. But while they're cleaning up, just a light tune on the lute is being played.
Is it now time for tea with the king?
That was never confirmed. But you all are kind of staying in there, and eventually
Is my weasel still eating on the table?
you see the weasel eventually come back over to you.
Hey! Oh no. Oh what?
Hold on, I forgot.
Oh
Comes back after a minute.
I remember now. What is it?
Well, they're talking about really long-term plans, like 5 years. That's like twice my life.
That is a long
That's so
time.
long.
You were so
But
what plans?
they were kind of talking about this word. I don't really
He just has a
understand
stroke.
it.
Oh, that's okay, honey. What word?
Una feed.
Okay.
Una feed.
Una feed.
Oh,
Well, you know, I haven't heard that word either.
Una feed.
I'm gonna run your roll in nature check.
Okay.
And
The weasel just.
Oh dear.
Cancer life.
you don't know what somebody reset his
Una feed. Everybody's gotta be una feed.
Okay.
I don't know who
Well,
they're feeding.
They should be feeding them. You're right. I
Unified.
think they're trying right
You
now.
don't understand. You look down at the torch. You look at the torches now, and you see this weasel come up.
Anyway, I kind of got lost after that because there was these really
You
good
really like the
berries.
word really.
Really.
I can tell.
There were these really good berries on the plate,
Oh,
and I ate them
yeah, I did see that.
I'm a little full.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to sleep now. Can I sleep in your coat?
No, don't go to sleep. Wait.
Yeah, shell.
Yeah, I'll just put them on the shelf.
Gotta crawl. You watch, and it crawls like into the like little neck spot of the thing and curls up in a little circle and.
And joins the 40 of those dead weasels in there.
It's the elephant graveyard of weasels.
My scarf.
Doc leans over, completely drunk.
No way. No.
I'm pretty sure that weasel. And yeah, I keep this a secret. I think he knows about the book. And the doc collapses last year.
Well, the weasel said they're trying to una feed everybody, which makes sense because they're having a feast.
Una feed?
Una feed!
They're trying to una feed everybody.
He said una feed.
I look at Doc, my translator, who is asleep.
You look at Doc and you see his little rabbit foot.
He's currently trying to beat a tortoise and a race.
He's beating the. He's in that one dream where you can't move fast. Like you're like, yeah, and the tortoise is still beating him. And you see kind of like Leon, one of the guys. Hey,
Do you mean unified? Oh, hey.
how are y'all doing?
He very clearly said una feed.
Not unified.
What's unified?
Means to be like together.
Oh, he
Sorry.
said they had to bring everybody to una feed. To feed
Got
them.
it. Got it. Sorry.
In case they're hungry.
I was actually just coming over to see if you all needed anything before they close most of this stuff down and get it ready for the next crew.
Do you know of a place called Una Feed?
Once again, pretty sure it was unify or unify.
You never know. You never know.
You know, I feel like in a parallel universe, you would be on my side.
Or maybe it's up there with the una feed. I think they're probably in the same category.
I've had a few
Candy glory?
category.
I've had a few too many. I just wanted to check. So what are y'all planning on doing? Y'all staying?
Oh, I have a hut to
This
attend to,
feels
but
like
it is
I'm
past my
talking to my
bedtime, so I'll
coworker.
probably stay in
It
that.
just got off his 8-hour.
We'll find out where to go next.
Well,
You can come back to my hut if you want me to have tea, since the king declined.
alright, I'll see y'all.
Yeah.
Hopefully in the morning sometime before you leave. Kind of gives a side look at you.
He's gone.
I'm
he's
on
under
the
table.
ground.
Yeah, he's under the
Still
table.
gives a side look because you and Leon had a history.
I'd stand back up.
You do not. You are not aware.
You look at me.
I have history.
I use my bonus action jump.
No.
To stand up.
No.
And I stand up and I fall back down.
The foot goes.
You do that in your dream, and the foot of your toes twiddle a little bit.
You hear
The
the
foot of your toe.
Now,
Go faster.
Night. The evening kind of continues to pass. Are you all?
We're gonna go have tea with the tortoise, obviously.
No, we can't go back to my hut yet. I just told you.
Don't
it's
worry.
not safe at night. There's fiery creatures. We have to stay the night. We'll go back tomorrow.
You do come outside, and you see the mist of the fell has now ordained the horizon.
See, if you can't see the trees, you don't walk into them. It is common knowledge.
Man, he has no idea what you're saying right now. I know you mean well. He's trying his best right now.
Listen, there's this small little tavern. It's right on the edge of the city. It's where we're staying. I think they have tea.
Oh, well, I
You wish
brought
to
my
join
own
us?
tea. I just
They
need
have
water.
free rooms right now because I think the owner died.
Oh, that's terrible, but what a great opportunity.
We were the only ones
I
there
won't
last
turn down a
time,
bargain.
so yeah.
You all make your way back to the tavern.
Assumedly rest, but druggingly drags me back as uncomfortably as possible.
I'm just carrying you on my shoulders.
It is still uncomfortable. You
100%.
are bouncing on a paladin's metal pauldron on his shoulder, and it is not comfy. Which kind of translates to, in your dream, Doc,
Yeah.
you're riding a horse.
That doesn't really ring.
He's yelling at you. Why? And yet, with all the horse's speed, the tortoise is still ahead of you. But it's a metal saddle, and it's really uncomfortable in your nether regions. So, you all make your way back. Again, you see now a little bit more livelihood in the tavern. It's very quiet. It's about 10 p.m. now. People are just quietly chatting, moving about their midst. Normal
Oil
citizens.
kettle, I guess.
Yeah. Put on a kettle.
Is this the Turtle King? Are you the Turtle King?
Well, first off, that's a woman.
Are you the Turtle Queen? Wait, are we? So we're having tea with a king. That's what everyone's been saying.
You know what? What you said makes sense for me.
Right? Because I heard. Oh my gosh. Dude, I don't know what to do. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Don't worry.
There's no you're missing
Are there dead people in the floor?
conversation.
So you had dinner with the boy, or you had tea at the feast hosted by the king of the castle.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You weren't here.
I wasn't.
You weren't here.
No, this is the Turtle Queen, dude.
But I love the misunderstanding. It was so good.
Straight out. Are you the Turtle Queen?
As we sit down.
Oh,
No, we got awards. Oh, we gotta find out what his answer was.
Did you accept
Yes.
the estate?
Sorry. As part of the honoring, you all were some of the individuals that the king chose to honor. And we can retroactively give this because you were given this decision. You were offered a barony in the kingdom, which is how the king was planning on giving you a keep and land to own.
Oh.
He would build wherever you would pick a spot. He would, within his territory, his ability.
It's because I killed that dragon?
You were part. It was extended to you all.
Oh. Yeah. Did you guys get it as well?
They all denied it.
Oh. Why?
I said my people wander, and so I would not be able to make use of this gift properly.
Fuck property.
What was your excuse?
Fuck property.
Doc wants to die every day.
Same boat
Let's
as
be
you.
honest there.
So, in the game, you were seen talking with some of the officials about some of the details after this was offered while you were thinking about it. So the decision on whether or not Hembrick chooses the baronate is up to him.
Generational money.
Yes. Okay. Do I have to live there for like the rest?
No.
of my life?
So basically,
Is this my character leaving the campaign?
it's pretty much a
Say
gift.
yes
The
to the
logistics of it would be if you accepted it, at some point you could go up to the king and cash in a spot within Beaumont's territory. He would give you the deed for the land, and you would be given some sort of
Real cool place to live.
property place to live. You don't know the extents. They didn't really give you the extents.
Would I be given diplomatic immunity?
There were advantages, but not immunity.
Okay.
The world is
Just do
unfortunately.
anything illegal I want.
Beheadings are still a thing.
Can I do whatever the hell I want?
Beheadings are still a thing.
Right. Are you
So
thinking about those bars?
you can actually choose to decide whether or not you would like it or not.
Can I think on it? Or do I have to decide now?
We'll say you have to decide before you leave Beaumont Keep,
Okay.
if you decide to, whenever you all decide to leave.
I'd like to do that.
Just
Because we can all live on it together. or not like a permanent thing.
But you heard our two thing is that we are both constantly wandering people.
Right.
That's still a possibility.
You can stop by at your beach
If you
house.
ever come by this way, you know,
Yeah.
I got a nice
Like if you have a house, I'll
plot.
come visit.
Yeah.
Yeah, bold of you to assume the world is an ending.
Yes.
You accept it?
Like that.
So,
You know, for normal people, there's no disadvantage.
unfortunately, due to the retroactivity,
There
it
is a
did-
tax.
No, it did come.
And whatever told
There was a knighting that you are bestowed upon, so you are a Baron of the Aegis. You have that title. Hembrick has that title.
You hear that, Mom?
Baron Henry.
And you're
Baron of the Ages.
you are given a signet ring to discern your office.
I've also been Baron through the ages, but that's not a positive thing where I'm from.
Made it out the hood. Baron of the Ages, made it.
We make it out of Watersburg at this time.
Started in Watersburg, now we're here, Mom.
At the request of the tavern keeper, with a bit of understanding, you are brought to a table, a large stoneware kettle of tea, or not tea, hot water, and some assortment container of some tea leaves that you could use if you wanted. But you all are around this table, kind of with your friends, a moment to
I have no idea how to stop.
reflect on the events of the day.
I'm a Baron of the Ages. I don't pour my own tea.
Well, none of us are gonna pour it for you, sugar.
Yes.
Serving wenches.
Now
I'd like to pour a little hot water in his lap.
I start to wake up. You're alive. Oh,
Did you have another vision?
What?
Clearly, you're just as startled as when you just woke up as when you had the vision about Draco. Perhaps even more startled, to be quite honest. What did you see?
lots of things.
Don't do what Hembrick did and make us wait an entire day.
No, it's not important.
That's
It's very, very not important. I would say.
you're doing what Hembrick did
You
to
hear
us.
the voice of the horse. Why?
What you see, Doc. Do you need to use a clean bee analogy? I'll let it slide.
I don't think bees do much sliding.
No, actually, you'd be surprised.
They mostly fly.
No, not if you hit them with a stick.
Oh my!
They go flying, and then they go sliding, and then they go flying.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a lot.
But essentially,
yeah, what vision did you see?
There was no vision.
I assume a divine.
It was a bad
meaning
dream
with intense definition and purpose behind it.
I don't know why you would assume.
Based on how startled you were when you woke up.
I don't know why you would assume a damn thing. But second off, the main reason I'll say is I had a dream where I saw him publicly disgraced to such a point that I really can't even. I can't describe it.
Publicly disgraced.
You're supposed to put a few different kinds in there.
That's a 30-20 on
Quite a
insight.
So he was publicly disgraced in my dream.
Okay.
And I
Well,
felt
did it
bad.
happen to be about a racist children's book? Okay. I'm sorry that happened to you, Doc. Russ, do you know how to make tea?
You want to roll a perception check to see what's in my glass?
Does an 18 passive perception
I would
work?
say so. There's like 30 bay leaves in it. I've taken all a particular kind of leaf, and I've slowly been putting it in my drink, and it's been steeping for about 20 minutes now. So it's all bay leaves.
Miss Tuber, as you're sitting there and enjoying, and you see Russ hand the whatever was in that cup. You hear them. The chattering.
Oh.
You hear them. They speak. You hear, which one? And you look, and you all of a sudden see Miss Tuber start looking around.
Mario, you okay? I don't know. I don't. Who are you saying thank you to? Is this the woman who's been dead for 43,000 years?
Please read me the description of your true sight ability.
Where's my true sight?
Demons everywhere.
Woken up.
They're
Had a
just
horrible
waiting.
nightmare.
They're like all right underneath those
I
surface
think it's
layer
just
of her
it's
skin.
just you don't see in
It's just magical darkness.
magical darkness. Okay. Never mind, you're
Yeah,
okay.
it's devil's sight.
Don't worry about it.
Devil's Sight has more than magical darkness.
No,
I
it's
think
just
it's
magical
darkness.
darkness.
You can let me know, but
She's tripping balls off the chamomile tea.
Zach told me the other day that I grew balls just to trip them. That's a real sentence he said to me.
yesterday.
That was yesterday. It feels like a long time ago.
Yeah, you can see normally in darkness, both magical and non-magical.
Also magical darkness.
Doesn't help, but
You are tall,
What?
but you are taller.
Mm-hmm. And what? Are you okay? I heard you are.
No, I'm Miss Tuber.
That's not helping your case.
Well,
you look at her and you can see just cresting the top of her head a snail. Resting over the top of her head. And you're wondering how far it's going to go, but it's slowly making its way towards her forehead.
What kind of power are you talking about?
Oh, don't worry about it, sugar.
I'm extremely worried.
It is well past my bedtime. I think
No,
it's about time for us to retire.
You haven't even had your tea yet.
I think it's about
It's
time.
a little late for tea, I think.
What are you talking about?
I'm sorry, but you really just whispered to the air.
Oh, not to
What
the air.
power? Okay, what'd you whisper to?
To the voices.
What are these voices? 'Cause
They're the
you.
voices.
Oh. If you had to give them a name, would you say
I
like
think you're from the
spirits,
Nemo.
ghosts, just voices, but not like a Mima type of voice?
Well,
Does
not
Mima have a
Mima's
voice?
Well, you could say that.
I
wouldn't, but you could.
So no.
Well, some might say that.
Okay,
she has
but
a voice,
you.
But I
So no.
would not. No,
But
this is
there
the
you
voices.
have different voice. And you say you haven't been going into the mist.
No, I don't go
Have
in
you
the
been
mist. It
having
comes out
this-
after my bedtime.
The voices or the mist, or both?
Well,
Have you been
mist.
having these voices since before the
Oh,
mist?
the voices are my constant companion.
So they've been here before the mist.
The voices have been here longer than you have.
How old are you?
Police! I forget.
I reckon what we're trying to get out here is, are the voices...
They are. Yes,
Yeah?
they do exist.
Well, they don't seem like the,
The
Fel.
voices are.
Yeah, I'm reckoning that
What do
it's,
they say, Miss Tuber?
They said the tall one.
The Toa? Wait, the Toa?
Sometimes they just say things.
Oh.
They get hungry sometimes. I don't think that's what they meant.
Wait, hungry?
Well, you are tall, but I don't think they're hungry right now.
Did they say tome, tall one, power?
My
What they
8-year-old's
say?
Well, it's hard to tell sometimes.
Is it because the voices speak in a weird, airy tone that's hard to hear across the table while music's playing?
Well, there are, but that could be it.
Can I use like divine sense?
Sure. What does divine sense tell you?
Are there any within 60 feet of me celestial fiends or undead?
No.
Sick. I'm not concerned.
Russ is okay and going back to considering being vegan.
You do catch a certain odor. It's not undead. But
It's decay.
not decay. Partly. It's kind of like maybe that's the natural place of decay and death and everything. And then you realize you're literally smelling a piece of lichen in the back of her shell that is now wafting over to you.
I am never missing half a session. I have no idea who this is.
We don't either. We don't
what
either.
we're talking about.
I'm a 3-foot
Neither do we.
person covered in moss and lichen and mushrooms.
There's a weasel in your shell.
There's
you're
multiple
talking to.
weasels.
It's like
multiple
the weasel
weasels.
graveyard. The weasel graveyard. Snail.
They're rats.
Sure. Nathaniel doesn't believe it.
So, is anybody wanting to continue any other conversations before bedtime is reached?
Bedtime is Tuber. Let's
Alright,
take your
Miss
pill.
Tuber, I just have one final question. I'll let you go to bedtime.
Oh, wonderful.
Did they say tome or tall one?
Oh, they said tall one.
Oh. And then power?
And then power. Something about power.
Couldn't possibly know what they're talking about then. I guess let's go to sleep, guys.
Let's go to sleep.
I think we wait till Miss Toomer goes to sleep and we have a conversation.
You didn't have to say that out loud. I thought that was implied.
It's okay, Miss Tuber. Go to sleep. Go to sleep, Miss Tuber.
I love the dog.
And you watch her go into her shell, and before you get, and her shell is sitting on the chair, just there. You see the top of her head sticking out of it, like the bare bone top of her head.
Is she
Miss Tuber,
like,
we
just-
are going to need to relocate you. Is that okay?
You're welcome to try.
You hear a muffled voice coming from the shell.
Okay.
I
Pick up.
I would like to activate Halo of Spores.
What saving throw does he need to make?
What is Halo of Spores?
Constitution.
You need to make a Constitution saving throw.
Is this because of poison?
No.
No.
Cool, just making sure. So anyway,
Some poor farm boy right behind her.
16? I believe that was below your spell save.
I think it is.
So, what is the damage on it?
1d8.
Wait. It is 1d8 because I
is
altered for your level. What type of damage is it?
Oh, I see. It's 1d8. Necrotic.
So, you grab it, and there's this. You feel this, like this buzzing sensation that you hear, and then you feel like you're being assaulted and pricked by like 100 tiny little needles, and you can just like. For a second, you don't know what's happening and how much damage?
6 points.
So you take 6 points of necrotic damage. And you look down as your hands and some of the skin is looking a little bit like dead for a second. And but like you see one of like a blister form, and then like it starts to grow a little bit of moss.
You just took it out the window.
It just becomes a clicker.
Hey, Miss Tuba, I think you may need to check out what's growing on you. I'm gonna keep picking you up. Compared to my health pool, that's actually not that much damage.
No. But in hindsight, it is enough to kill one common citizen that is now leveled up.
Yes.
So, you do so, and you feel...
toxic gas.
Like, ooh,
It only affects you.
that's good. Miss Tuber, apologies in advance. No.
You feel yourself being carried.
Okay.
If you said you can try, if you say don't, I put you down, but I'm just going to assume this is a natural thing that happens when you touch turtles.
So
a room, I guess?
take you to a room.
Yeah.
You don't know where you're taken, but eventually he sets you down in a decently warm room somewhere.
Don't go in
Like,
room 11.
oh,
Cozy.
see you in the morning.
And, unless you have anything to do.
No, I will snooze.
Pass to sleep. The rest of y'all are left to a moment of respite. You come down and you look at.
I think
Marshall's arms are rotting off.
I don't think she's bathed. Ever.
I heal the mushrooms growing out of his fingers. Do we talk about Draco at all?
I'm never gonna pick her up again.
That was the intended effect.
Okay, so
But I'd already started.
Tuber, you
It was
crazy
too late.
girl.
so east is burning, west is burning.
Everywhere is burning, yeah.
Draco
Gone.
betrayed us.
Yeah, betraying us.
What?
I think the spirits that were talking to Miss Tuber was thinking about, fun fact for Brandon, you might want to know this too.
So
And the dragon died. There was what Fell guy said was the ashes. There's a giant orb. I picked it up. It had real big teeth and looked like a Leviathan, so I stole it. And then it had runic primordial on it that said Leviathan ashes. So I went, hell yeah, this is mine now.
And then the Draco thing, essentially, I was given a vision. When we both read the book, you had your vision,
The
I had
Book
my
of
vision.
Truth. Yeah.
My vision showed me a room full of Dragonborn with a big chair in the middle and a black Dragonborn with Draco bowing at the seat of the Dragonborn and then walking.
He was bowing to a dragon.
yeah,
He was bowing to a dragon. Sorry.
He's not here.
No one knows.
And nobody knows
That's why they were
You
so
went to
keen
go look for him,
to see.
and
Yeah.
you found tracks of where some people went, but you don't know if that's Draco related.
Alright. Did this all happen in the past 3 hours?
12 hours.
We're at 12 hours, yeah.
This is this day.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean real time, today.
Oh yeah, today, yeah. This all happened in the past.
Yeah, this is all today's session.
Yeah.
All of this happened post siege, which you still have the runes. Which Angamar, interesting. You've kept it in your possession.
Yeah.
You do not feel like you have had. Have you tried to attune to it or study it at all?
I pull up
No. Well, I guess we had an entire night with this thing, so I probably would have looked at it.
Roll a
I'll look at it now at least,
wisdom.
at the very least.
You want to pull it out here? It's not a very fancy looking object.
Yeah.
You pull it out, and you look more at the iconography. It looks like
I
an
know
eyeball,
nothing about it at all.
like a slightly slit eyeball. And it's only about the size of your palm. It's only actually about that big.
The short
It's not
one,
that
that's
big.
it.
Yeah. And you're holding it.
Oh, I see.
Roll a wisdom check.
That's a nat 20 for a 23.
Natural 20. You look at this device, and being very attuned to runic energy through your skill, through your heritage, your tribe. Now that you're actually looking at it, This doesn't look like it is the ashes. This looks like a case. Because you feel it, and you take a moment, and your just natural attunement, it feels exceedingly powerful. Very, very powerful. But it feels like it's blocked.
That's what she did.
The power you feel, now it's another interesting thing, the power you feel does not feel divine. It does not appeal or seem demonic. It just seems to be old and natural.
A little more akin to like the runes I'm used to working with. Or like how I would usually describe the giants.
With the natural 20, I would say this feels like this contains something that would be the great-great-great-great-grandfather of the runes you use.
Cool, yeah. No. Where do you... I feel like it's a different puzzle every time. How many do you have?
It's like 5.
He does not jingle because of his armor. He jingles because of his hammers.
Well, take back what I said about it probably being ashes. It looks more like just a really powerful object that may or may not be a case.
Oh, well, I'll allow clarification. It feels like this could be something like if the ashes were maybe in it.
Okay. Like the ashes could be... I take back what I said. So the ashes could be...
I only tell you that because it was a natural 20.
Appreciate you. Because of a natural 20. I say that. My head gone. Don't remember what I was going to say. I say that.
What do we do with it?
Well, I still think the ashes could be a part of it. So I think we keep it. I don't trust trying to break it. I'm not sure we could break it.
Something like this probably needs to be activated.
I mean,
Activated with
I
blunt
could
force.
try randomly using some runes on it because it seems like a meme of runes to quote our friend of like 43,000-year-old type stuff, but doesn't feel like what I've seen of either one of you do.
Do we follow her? Just
to see what happens.
Well,
you're gonna be our new cult leader.
Not fuck. Russ did not just say he's going to sleep with more.
Callan, I'm so sorry. Forgot to mention that Rust is a horrible womanizer.
He wants more L is what he wants.
Doc kind of drunkenly.
Okay, so many diseases.
Well,
Every kind of mushroom.
and maybe it's just because I'm thinking good right now.
Yeah.
But if the one in there has some higher power that's calling for that.
Well, she's
you think
legitimately phrased it as hungry. So I'm not sure I trust that.
Well,
I say we feed the tortoise the ball.
Whoa.
Forget the straw.
I reckon
that must be a mistranslation.
No, I think, and I'll make sure you're saying, and this is me too, you're saying what we need to do is essentially take this orb and then shove it into the turtle in a like very mystical way.
Maybe we'll let the turtle decide what she wants to do with it. We have no idea
Can
what
we
we're going
ask
to do with
for consent first before we try any of this?
I think what Russ is trying to say is we should ask the turtle about the orb.
Now listen, I don't want to be that guy,
Yeah.
but we just met a random turtle that's a druid from the Conclave, and you're asking me to give what could be one of the ashes of Voluspa, one of the prophecy items we have been told to gather by a very powerful tome, and to feed it to this turtle we just met.
In the turtle's defense,
He brings up.
This reminds me at the same time, like when we. To be fair, this is like when we first met you, and for some reason Draco just really wanted to dump all the backstory before we said anything about you. But at that point in time, you were complaining that was happening, and now you're doing the same thing.
no, this is my difference. I walked into a room and you gave me your whole lore dump. That turtle right there knows the king we just fought for, and they trust each other in some
She
capacity.
doesn't know the king.
Doesn't know the king, but is some higher.
Actually, we know the king more than she does. She didn't know where she was going. She didn't know who the king was.
I see what you're saying, but it's like diplomats.
Okay, small issue. Why do we trust any of the rest of us? Because one of us is apparently betraying us.
Also true.
So
that makes
why
me
are
trust
you?
the turtle less.
Why should we trust you more than we trust the turtle?
I mean,
was she given the prophecy?
I mean, I guess that's a good point.
Listen, I'm just saying, for some weird reason, we were determined by a book that we're supposed to collect these things. And it seems like, and listen, I just want to go home after this, when this is done. Feeding one of the items the prophecy's telling me to collect to a turtle seems like a bad idea.
Well, the problem is, what the hell do? We're just gonna collect all the fucking orbs? Look at them? Like, what in the hell's your plan?
Summon
That
Shenron.
sounds better than feeding it to a turtle we just met. That has spirits that,
Ask
I
for a
quote,
wish?
are hungry.
I mean, I will
Like,
say,
feeding it to spirits that are hungry sounds just as good as feeding it to the fell guy.
Please let me die.
I don't want to give it to him, so I certainly don't want to give it to the turtle. Well, I'm kind of... If the turtle didn't have spirits specifically quoted, they're hungry, I'd be okay maybe giving it to the turtle. But there's spirits that are hungry for power.
I think I missed that part.
I see what you're saying.
You see, it's not the fact that it's a turtle.
I understand.
Or that
but
we
it's-
just met her.
I understand that.
So we just go with her back to the forest where because whatever she come from has the same fire thing we need to deal with eventually. So
Yeah,
we just
Sons
go
of
with her.
Gain.
I'm down
Diane?
to let the turtle try and swallow the orb. Consensually, of course. As long as
I really thought I was going somewhere legitimate, and I was like so proud of you for a moment.
Throws a back or something for 10 minutes later. Let her swallow.
As long as we have a plan B to bring it back up.
Okay, here's the second question.
We could just also try to activate it ourselves without feeding it to a
How
turtle.
do we activate it? We try
I don't know. Use rooms.
Do it.
I'm not sure I want to do it in the middle of a tavern.
What better time than the present?
You know what? Fuck.
So you start to go through the process of thinking about it, and I'll say this continues with your natural 20. It looks like a
Damn it, this conversation, whatever.
runic energy like that. The best thing to do would probably be to expose it to whatever element it was attached to, or whatever affinity it is fixed to. So the question is figuring out what affinity and how much you need to actually activate it. So I will leave you to your own devices on if you want to go visit. There are a couple people who may know. You've met a couple runic experts in town. It's up to you.
The choice is yours.
You know what? Seems like we gotta figure out what kind of rune symbol it is, and we do have to connect it to some kind of power source. I do not feel like the turtle, or that's how that guy's doing. But we could ask a runic expert, or we could go back to the turtle with the forest,
Here's
or
what
we
I'll
could
say.
try to hunt down Draco.
Here's the question. One,
Yeah.
what is any... Well, and he's gone. But with the fucking orb in the back right
He
now.
went to go get another drink.
But my biggest question would be...
No, I was thinking he's sticking.
Is Draco's direction and direction of this forest
The same direction?
Yeah, like I don't fucking know. I'm not gonna match.
Great question.
No.
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 Fuck. I'll communicate for decision making.
Oh yeah, no, I definitely
Draco
the
west.
opposite direction.
West.
Yeah.
Our forest
is
is
east.
north.
Oh, north?
Well,
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong place on the map. Yeah.
Beaumont Keep is, if you can hold that up for real quick, Beaumont Keep is that thing right there.
Hazelix explaining the map.
This is her
it is
forest. This is the
Got it.
direction Draco went.
Yeah.
Well, and here's another
Because he
thing.
went towards
Right.
the Empire.
Here's another thing I'm thinking through. I realistically, and maybe this is just me, if I felt the energy of Mima, and that's a similar energy to the one of prophecy, I assume that they're the same.
What is Meemaw? Can I roll a religion check for Meemaw?
roll religion.
I'm gonna understand what Meemaw is.
Listen.
I'm not gonna understand. I rolled a 7.
Can I do the same thing?
You don't know.
I don't
Go
know.
ahead.
What is?
What religion?
Yeah.
Dirty 20.
What is Meemaw?
So,
Wait. Oh, Brandon's missing
Unfortunately for
Meemaw.
Wait, we might need to wait for Brandon.
unfortunately for you,
Oh, okay, good.
even with a dirty 20, you cannot create information ex nihilo, which means out of nothing. You have no context to go on what this druid tribe believes, what they do, who they serve. Meemaw could be Satan. Meemaw could be God. Meemaw could be the earth. Meemaw could be someone who founded a druid tribe and just called themselves Meemaw. The problem is that you would have to actually find out more about their covenant to answer that question.
I'd
No
like
one
to
wants
think.
to touch the turtle because it grows mushrooms on your hands, so we don't
Yeah.
know who Meemaw is.
I'd like to say.
Also, she mentioned Mima, and then the spirits later. So Mima could have been feeling the tome or this orb, but those spirits definitely felt the orb.
Unfortunately, that makes sense to me.
Do we take it to a power source, or do we just follow the woman in the room?
Yeah.
The turtle.
I mean, we can ask a rune master here in the morning.
We could go right now.
I mean, would they be closed? What time is it?
It's about 11.
We could try, but I don't think they'll be open or very pleased with us.
But
I
this
don't
is
want- I don't-
an ancient method. Like, if I am a smith, if I am woken up in the middle of the night to see the sword of all swords, I am fine.
I mean, at this point,
Whatever
whatever,
time,
no?
we won't be interrupted.
We run there.
Alright, fair enough. Let's go into,
The location that I believe you're thinking
The
of.
two brothers.
Yes, I'm trying to
Yeah.
find the Wyvern's Whisper.
The
Yes.
dragon something. Yeah.
The Wyvern's Whisper. You go to that part
I
of
wrote
town,
it down as whisper.
and
right?
funny enough, as with usual arms dealers,
Yeah.
it was in a part of town obscure enough to avoid most of the destruction. So you get there and you find the small, humble house like this.
Do I feel the orb leaving the inn?
Turn around and it's the turtle.
Oh yeah. I just imagine she's in the
She got
shell.
there first.
She's heard everything through
Actually,
the
I'll say
floorboard.
roll a wisdom spellcasting check. So add 8.
Wait, what dice did you roll?
The 20?
Yeah.
Roll an 8, or add 8 to whatever you roll.
Rolling it.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. So, right as you're
I
falling
like to think
asleep,
she got there first.
you kind of just going into that warmth connection, everything that you've got,
The weasels.
the weasels. You can feel the purring. It's lowering your blood pressure, which is what you were trying to do with the wheat bran you were eating in the mornings but did not enjoy. And you kind of are connected druidically. You're just so intrinsically attuned with the world around you, especially this part of the world. You spent your life here and you understand it. You understand that nature has power and conduits of power. And you understand that a lot of the time, like a great example is the giants. They're the highest of pinnacle of conduits of natural power. And you know that sometimes those sources of power manifest in runes, in places of great importance, in creatures, and something, whatever natural, a great oak, the great oak of the forest, great oaks of the forest from where you're from. You have sense, and you kind of realize and put the pieces together as you're in this meditative state. You're sensing a new source of intense natural power. And as you're going to sleep, it's getting a little fainter. You can't pinpoint exactly where it is, but as you're going to sleep, there's just something. You're beginning to understand why the archdruids, who could have sensed it much farther away, because with a greater attunement. If you found that, you probably maybe could bring it back and use it to help your forest.
But I still fall asleep.
It's up to you.
No, I think I'd wake up and follow it.
So,
She gets to the Whispering Wyvern first.
Should I put together that
she find
whatever
a
that
magic
power
shop?
is with them?
that's up to you.
Yes.
That's up to your
I mean-
interpretation of the
I'm
voices.
not very smart.
But they did say the tall one.
But the
coward.
There is a lot of.
I hate to say,
There's a
you don't
lot.
need to be too smart. They did say the tall one.
The tall one. Okay, yeah, I think I
And we
wake
probably
up
don't leave
and
very
follow
quietly.
them. From a distance.
So roll an investigation check to see if you can find where they went.
Come on. No, she gets a nat
Okay.
20, so she gets there first.
Oh, that's not bad.
16.
16.
She gets
Okay.
there first.
You kind of come down,
I love
and
this.
one of the barmaids, this young lady, comes. Oh, can I help you, miss? And you kind of let it. Oh, they went this way, and they went out. I think they went down that street, and you feel a little bit of curiosity, so you put a little bit more of a hobble in your step, and you make your way
Sonic
across.
rolls.
Eventually,
Pity the hobo and
as
sees
you
the
all
turtle
are,
running down the street.
as Hembry, as you all kind of reach the Wyvern's Whisper, you hear a clinking, or sounds like some sticks rattling on a walking stick. And you turn around and you see.
Do you guys hear that?
You turn around and you see a very scary sight. 50 feet away, masqueraded in darkness, this small round shape with this walking stick moving at you rapidly.
Can I pull out my? I have my telescope, right? guys! Can I see what it is?
You see what you open the telescope, and the first thing that greets you is a white weasel head.
There's a weasel. I'm seeing a weasel.
And
Turn
then
around.
you all look and you all see hobbling up behind you, woken from her slumber, Morel.
Well, we deal with this now. I pull out the axe.
Rust, we really gotta talk about you just always pulling something out when anything seems to slightly go wrong. There may be some kind of trauma in your past, and I get that. And I know you don't know common very well. But you gotta stop slowly pulling out an axe every single time somebody's whispering a little bit, alright, man?
So,
Also,
You're now witnessing. You're now witnessing.
also, how long did you get here?
I walked.
I should have expected that answer. I thought you were going to
A
sleep.
little bit. Well, I don't
turn
have
the
very
axe to
long.
the blunt
You know,
side.
turtles have some interesting sleep schedules.
Oh. Well,
Insight check. Is that a lie?
Oh, that's a great. That's a great
lie.
No. Turtles do sleep their reptiles.
Well, I know she's not lying. All right.
I also know that.
Oh,
I don't knock at the door.
I'm a reptile. It was very warm in that room.
well. Honestly,
Amphibian.
Well, no.
I'm cold.
You are not.
Depends. Never mind. Continue.
Okay.
You can pick.
well, since you're here, since you know what, at this point it must be fate. You'll join in on the conversation.
Oh, I love being included.
Sometimes.
Don't worry, give it a couple minutes. They'll probably put on their pants.
Hey,
Also,
Do they live in
What
the
are we doing?
establishment?
And you see like a slit like open in the door.
howdy.
sorry to wake you up so late at night, but we found something. Pull out the orb, but hold it right in front of them.
And the door closes and open, and you see an interesting sight. You remember there were two brothers. There was Not and Joachim. Joachim was the more of the craftsman, and Not was more of the runic master. But you open and you see in these like sheepskin trousers, an incredibly toned, muscled body, which you now know, jawless figure of Joachim with the metal mask covering his mouth.
We need to see your brother about some runes.
No, he is the master.
He's the craftsman.
He's the craftsman.
We need the runesmith.
And like turns around
Also, I did
and utters something in a
powerful
language that
object. Sorry
none
about
of you
that.
understand.
Oh,
And
that's
after a
okay.
little
I
bit,
already knew the voice just told
after a
me.
little bit,
I
you
kinda assumed.
see coming in a little bit more of an elegant robe, like this elegant blue robe. This come down the figure
It's made out of silk.
of Joachim, the middle-aged man with a little dignity about him. Oh.
Could you look at this for us?
You see him kind of reaching.
It's outside of my knowledge.
He grabs it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. And like he comes in and like Joachim, and you see him. And he goes around the room, and it's really weird. He takes flint and steel to all the torches and lights up, and you come in now, and he doesn't invite you, but it's almost a passive invite to go behind the desk into his runic workshop. And when you get in there, it's very interesting. It's very interesting. You see a wall of enchanted chisels. You see different runic inscriptions. You see different runic objects. You see pieces of armor and weaponry in the middle of being carved. And you see him kind of move some of the stuff and like takes it and puts it on this little like tripod. So this is worth staying up a little bit.
Yeah, sure. We got it off the corpse of the dragon general, so just as a heads up.
It like fall out of it.
I don't know. I just saw it next to the dead body.
Well, it's an orb. You want more information than that? Very well. And he holds up his hand. This bit of runic energy flashes, and this just swarm of energy. A bigger rune. No. You see this massive rune. Goes to the back of his workshop. Give me a second, I have a room for this. And opens a door. A few seconds, and you see this bright blue flash. Comes back, and you see it like steaming. And he puts it there, and you see the runes, kind of the details that form the bits of the eye, are glowing orange. Not a bad orange, more of a light-colored, more creamy orange. Well, here's the problem and the good news. Good news is that this is an incredibly powerful magical artifact of the likes I do not understand, nor can I unless it's opened. It can be opened by exposing it to very strong, natural, or deep runic magic. The problem, as you can see, and you watch as the orange is slowly fading away, I don't have something strong enough to open it. That's incredibly fascinating. Put it short and simply, I would either recommend you find maybe one of the runic matriarchs from the Valhanu tribe. And you know, your tribe is the Masters of Runes. Perhaps you can travel to Phobos, maybe find a powerful mage. You could probably bathe it in the blood of one of the giants, but that's not really practical. Find maybe some sort of runic ritual. Druids may help. If I find an archdruid, this is very, very impressive. But the problem is that it's fascinating. It's a case. I can't open the case.
Well, really, the most important thing we needed was actually the way to open it. So you still have given us very valuable
I don't
information.
believe in that. And he kind of looks at you and like tightens up his robe a little bit more. I am not Zygler.
You are not what?
Zygler.
You're not a Zygler?
Yes.
Okay, nice to meet you. Not a Zygler.
Thank you. This is quite interesting.
Not a Zygler.
But I will not send you away empty-handed. There is a way that I can harness just a tiny bit. And pulls out this really weird triple-pointed chisel. Put it to the energy. Observe. And puts it against the orb. Taps it. No, it goes.
No.
Got it. So the type of energy that you're dealing with. Joachim. Stone. And you see Joachim like bring over this heavy brick. Taps the stone. The stone breaks.
Yeah, sounds about right.
So some kind of destructive energy. But
I think it might be one of the ancient Leviathens in type of energy.
That's the. I need to remember my Sunday school teachings. That's the beast sent from God to kill the old world, right?
Something like that.
At least that's the stories they told.
Yes, whether they're true or not, you know.
Well, yeah, that would make sense. They were an incredibly destructive, powerful force. As far as I can remember from my historical, they were born of Praetoria. They weren't born in Celestia, they weren't born in Avernus, they weren't born in Jotunheim, they weren't born in Hell. Yes, that's your best bet. It's very, very interesting. May I take a sample?
I mean, honestly, if you can, go ahead.
Okay. Pulls out another little room. Put that away for later. And you see him like, a really weird moment where he opens a drawer and a lot of these runes, or like these runic chisels are in there, and kind of throws it in there and closes it. Anyway.
Just, you know, if I hopefully visit again if we all don't horribly die in a tragic accident.
That would be bad.
You know, just let me know what you find.
Absolutely.
That'd be great.
Let me know what you find, please.
Yeah.
How was the axe working?
I'm sorry.
How's the hatchet working?
Oh, it's
Hatchet
awesome.
dagger.
It's awesome.
Good. Balanced?
Oh yeah.
It's the
Cuts through a skull like
It's the best. Never met a craftsman.
Oh yeah. It's great.
Well, this is all fine and dandy, but I'm mostly naked, and you all are in my home. Is there anything I can help you with?
No, I think we're okay. Thank you so much
Very well.
for your services. Hand him 50 gold.
Can I give him a bag of
Like
tea?
we're just all
Can I give him a bag of tea?
Hey.
Oh, you're very welcome.
And this is a really weird moment where you're like, he's a very gentlemanly, very, very kind man. And you look at the other one, and it's like a being of pure, intense focus.
Can I give him a bag of tea?
He looks at it, grabs it, and like bows on in front of you.
Oh, there's no need for that, honey. But now you have a good night. Okay. Oh, I don't speak that one, but you have a good night now.
And like turns around and goes back. You still, none of you understand that language.
Yeah.
We know
Is the
slightly more.
old dude
We have no idea what we're doing still.
Say, Doc, I saw you had
extra places we can
drawer
go.
full of those,
Technically, we could visit
lots
Chisel
of,
Tribe.
lots of energy.
Personally,
Chisels are the
I'm not a big fan of
conduit
that idea,
to
but we can.
express or destroy runic energy. The chisel is how you carve it.
We could also check
Well,
out
I saw what you did to that brick
an archdruid.
with that little
You know,
bit of
because we may or may not know a druid right now. Plus, she kind of wants us to bring it with her. Anyway,
I've been around the block a few times.
But also,
It
we
is
still
my
drink
sole
it.
purpose of being out of my home.
That looks like it could be a hell of a weapon.
Yes.
The
Its
sooner
energy
we get
came
it back
from the
there, the
orb you
sooner I can
possess.
go back
Well,
to
If you unlock the orb,
My
you might be able
sales.
to harness that energy. But as of yet, I can't open it.
I would love. So you got a whole drawer of those.
Different runes. This one opens it up.
We're all outside.
We're on.
This one, and for the next 2 minutes, you get the most geeky explanation of how runic magic works. Roll an intelligence check to see how much you retain.
I'm already left then. Oh well.
4.
Your
eyes glazed
But one thing you do see that's kind of cool is he brings a cup of water. Watch this one. Pulls out this rune, puts it in the water,
Water's not wet.
takes it out, and it's steaming now. And he takes a couple of the tea leaves and puts it in it. Very handy. Warm to the touch, too. Too warm. And puts it back in the light.
Well,
I can help you if you open it. Perhaps. Bring it back to me.
I think we're all outside.
yeah, we're all tired. It's just you and
Bring it back to me.
All four of us thought we had already left.
Let's see.
What are the 3 most destructive runic energies you have? And how much would you be willing to sell for?
Most, unfortunately, of what I've created with destructive energy has just been used by the Doom Breakers. Got back in a little bit of knowledge. Should have another stock.
Okay. Well, I'll keep an eye out.
I got a lot of projects, as you can see.
Alright. Well,
Where the hell is it?
No, there's a lot to think about. I'm gonna study that.
Well, we lost a
Alright.
small child.
Have a good night.
Embrick betrayed us as well. I say as you walk in.
Guys,
Somehow managed to slip us. Whoa, Embrick!
You all see Draco, the Emberborn progeny of Taha, walking down the street.
Roll initiative.
That's crazy. So wait. Oh, okay.
Yeah?
I'm speaking to you guys as Brandon.
Okay.
He's actually like an op now. Like he's
We have no reason to believe he's not an op right
Yeah.
now.
okay.
He was wearing the armor that Rust made for him.
So it
in
happened
the vision.
yesterday.
Or it's about to happen. It is within our
So,
grasp.
just
of
for record,
Uh-huh.
for your perspective, please grab the largest map, the highest perspective map. If you could hold that up. Thank you, Morel. No, the other one. The
Not thank you,
that
Mark.
one. So, just for the record, you are right here. Right here. You know the current houses of the dragons? There could be more set up here, maybe that they brought over. Most of them are off of this map.
Cool, so we got a couple weeks
To find him before he
before
sells his
prophecy
soul.
happens.
Some of them are gathered.
But
for
it has
exactly-
happened, is happening, or will happen.
Yes, and it has to be, or it has to be like present or in the future,
Okay.
because you made armor for him and he hasn't left our.
And it's not, oh, this is the shadow of what could be. It's like, has happened or will happen.
Yeah, supposedly.
No,
Maybe
the book
dragon-
does say it can give you things that could be
Oh, really?
going. Yes, the book
Okay,
says.
does
The
it
book
could
says
be.
that it is nothing. The book says it's pretty much.
Oh.
Yeah, it helps if you read the
I did.
stuff I give you.
He doesn't know common. Give him a break.
What shall be or what has passed.
Oh, well.
So bottom line,
it also
Take that,
includes-
God.
Boom! Middle finger to this guy.
Bottom
But
line,
I may have
Party
misworded it a little bit, but it also includes
Party
what
split.
could.
Oh, okay.
That's too
It-
dangerous.
So never mind. It's not.
Brandon, remember what world we live in right now.
Draco is not here with us. Which is why you guys sent me out to look for him. But as far as we know, he's like turncoat. You know, right?
Yeah.
No, you don't know where he's at.
No. No, that could be like 5 years from now. Maybe, for some weird reason, at the very end of this journey, we all fail, he somehow becomes immortal, and that's like 100 years into the future, and he's just kind of hanging out with dragons, you know?
Goodness gracious.
I think the only logical thing to do.
You're looking at that orb.
Yeah, it looks good, doesn't it?
That
Good enough to eat, huh?
that's an interesting natural artifact right there. That could be the source of your feeling.
And after you saw the massive destructive power.
Why don't you eat it?
What do you think my diet consists of?
Okay, sorry, I don't know what them two are talking about. I think they took drugs.
Sorry. Yeah, I don't care.
Well, the amount of leaves he had in his tea, I believe it.
Honestly, it's possible.
I don't
know
want to eat the orb.
your people good, to be honest. I fear for what would happen to you.
Oh, me? That's do I. It'd be terrible for my
Yeah,
digestion.
yes. You want a powerful object.
Not enough prunes in the world for what that would do to me.
Alright. I'm not sure what that sentence means.
Well, like, if
I was
you
gonna
think
say. Do you know a really, really powerful druid who is alive and able to use magic? Because I understand Mima probably fits that bill.
Oh, the archdruids, yes, the ones that sent me.
Solid. So that's an option, guys.
Roughly, what is the diameter of this orb?
He said, he said like this.
Like that? Yeah, it's about like that.
Oh.
So it's not huge.
That was quite a big pill to swallow.
It's like a smaller version of the orb in Guardians of the Galaxy.
Oh.
Like that was holding the Infinity Stone. Like it's smaller than that, but it's bigger than a mortal. So
I do eat leaves, so I'm not particularly inclined to eat orbs.
Once again, good.
I'm glad we're on the same page.
Yeah.
So we're going to the forest tomorrow.
I think realistically, and call me crazy,
Yeah.
looks at book. Possibly. There's some fate at work here.
That's kind of what I was sadly thinking.
So bad that tomorrow we go
To the forest.
to the forest.
Well,
Yep.
I'm gonna pass out.
Okay.
I
Good
drink
night.
till I faint.
We're not back to the inn yet.
I'm aware.
Tavern.
Gonk.
Yeah, another horrible dream.
So, you all make your way to bed and kind of rest. But before we break for dinner,
Oh, fuck, shit. Oh, no! Mima, no! Stay away from me.
swallow the orb.
While riding the horse.
You go to your room. You drunk yourself. Silly. You are you see the orb now.
You wake up with the party sitting in a circle. Doc. No problem, buddy.
No, but
Wake up at
only
12.
Himbrick's face.
No, so You are drinking yourself silly, and you finally get back to your room. You're surprised you actually made it back to your room, and you're.
I could drive right now.
And you sit on your bed, and you're just about to pass out when you hear a voice.
Hey.
Fuck.
You wake up, and you see in the corner of the room, kind of sitting on the desk, with his legs hanging down, a figure. He's only showing his left side to you. And you recognize this figure. It is a tall, skinny, entirely ebony-skinned figure with bits of dark energy falling off of it, and a head that has horns on it, with you see 3 blue eyes facing your direction. This would be the fell you actually ran into.
Hey. Howdy.
How you doing?
Oh, another damn day.
It's not quite that. And he turns to you, and he's half and half. The other side of him, you see a figure, bronze skin, very fair, very well kept, detailed, clear skin, with almost white robe clothing coming down his left side and his left leg that transitions into the shadowy form you're familiar with a face entirely obscured by an iron helmet, like a soldier's helmet, except it's a solid plate on the front. There's no face. And it's only on half.
Hey. Well, this is kind of awkward.
Yeah?
Sure, you got some questions? I know we have questions for you. Oh, sorry.
My first question, I met you before?
Yes and no. You haven't met me.
You've met me.
Well, halfway there.
Can I just real quick explain something by showing you? It would be really complicated to say by words.
Do you have an associated sin?
Yeah.
What
How'd
is
you
it?
guess? Yeah. No, not I. My people. We were the first. We were the first to turn against the great ancient. Fine. And the figure kind of stands up and walks over to you and takes one of his long fingers and touches the side of your temple, and you feel something rush into your vision. Your sight is improved, and you look around you and you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 slain creatures around you in this room that look to be piles of rubble slowly disintegrating. Had to take out the other guys. So, long story short, I was supposed to leave. You took away my home. What was my home? The obelisk. I'll try and be as clear as I can. It's a little painful. My sin and punishment is to forever be lonely. So, when I tried to dissipate because my home was gone,
There was only one source of grief. and sadness strong enough for me to remain in this world. And guess who it was? That's right. I figured it'd be easier just to kill the other demons feeding on your dark emotions, so I could just feed on it myself.
Well,
then comes this one little annoying twist. I broke it. I broke it. I'm here. Look around you. I'm in a home. I broke it. Because I latched onto you, I broke my curse of forever being alone. Something about the energy you carry. It revolted me. I wasn't there when it happened. I wasn't there when we revolted against God. My parents were. I was born in darkness.
well,
One simple thing. I want out. Yeah. And I don't want what my people are planning to actually come across. Because my people want the world to go into shadow where everybody is feasting ground for agony. And we need all the ashes to do that. We've lost our hope of gathering all the ashes. The blasphemer will take them first. I don't want that to happen. And I'd like to finish the job that I unintentionally started. So, here's how it's gonna work. Real simple. I'll put it in simple terms for you. You wanna make a deal?
well, what's the deal, my friend?
The deal is, I help you. My knowledge is fading. We know all the secrets. Every single one. Every single dark muttered deed of humanity. That's our domain. It's fading. I can help with that. And I can lend some of my heritage. You let me stay. I'll feed until it's done. You or me. Either or. I'm not long for this world anyway. I might as well have a little fun while I'm here. The other side of the deal. This never happened. And unfortunately, until I can figure out a way to break it, and that's what you'd be giving me. You'd help me break my curse. The last of the chains that I have. I want out. And I'm in. You are. Flip side is unfortunately, I'm staying with you. Because you're the only thing keeping me in this world. That is, if you can actually solve your mental problems, don't go to therapy. I prefer to exist. I'll take it from there.
Well,
In fact, it might even be a little bit easier with me eating some of it.
let's try this one. I cast Revivify.
You need a gem.
Oh, I do! Shit.
Also, Revivify, you would know would not work because Revivify is a recently deceased person.
Got it.
If you were going to try a resurrection spell, you would probably have to try True Resurrection, which is a 9th level spell.
Copy. In that case, I cast Remove Curse.
Remove Curse. You pull out your gun, and you shoot like one of the, like, you can see the numerous chains, like that kind of like surface for a second. that's kind of the problem. We're in unknown territory. So I don't really know what's happening.
So, you reckon the deal you want to make with me is something along the lines, and just so we're straight, you're going to be this little guy that exists because of my mental well-being, staying as well as it is, I personally think. And in trade for this, I get your knowledge of humanity, which I care so deeply about. And then, is that the whole thing?
Always about the practicals, are you? No. Pulls out, and he pulls out what can only be described as a gun holster with 2 holsters. One's empty. The other one has a second gun in it. I've also got a little bit of a conduit for some of my power. I found it. It is a sister relic to the one you carry. You kill the demons, help me break free, and I'll help you kill the demons.
I think clearly the whole remove curse thing didn't work. Real unfortunate, I think, personally. But I realistically don't like to make deals with demons, especially when I'm not in the favor. So as a statement, so you understand, I take out my rifle. At any point, this can be over for both of us as well. Because even footing is important to me, as I point a gun to my own head. So I think the only way this deal works is, one, extremely sided in my favor. I won't fix any of my mental baggage so you can exist. And your existence will be to serve me, even if you come back.
Not really, although you're true about the shooting yourself in that bit. I'm kind of hoping that if I bond myself to you and you fix yourself, it'll fix me.
Oh.
Or at least I'll get a chance. This might be my one shot at redemption. And we wouldn't want to miss that.
Okay. I'm starting to understand what you're trying to put down for me.
Now, that being said, I do believe this is actually weighted very much in your favor. But, so is to say, shoot yourself. The world, this world, old world, it's burning.
Well, frankly, the shooting myself something I more want to do. But, okay. So you're saying that with that. And then did you have a part in there where you were trying to say I can't tell nobody you exist?
Why would I do that?
I don't remember. I thought I heard.
I have been lonely for more years than I can count. More decades. More centuries. I haven't known anyone. It's weird to be connected to a hive mind and yet be lonely.
Wow. That's deep.
I love the company.
Okay, well, here's what I'm thinking. Last final offer, okay? We do the whole, you attach the emotional baggage, the power shit, right? But then I think, realistically, after we get back you any amount of your power, it's a solid 2 years of servitude under me, just so when you come back, if you stab me in the back, I can pull this contract and at least, rebanish you or something.
Counter offer. We make this deal. If it doesn't go through. Pulls out the gun, which looks like very much a mirroring of yours. Pulls out one of his blue eyes. Shoot me with that, and I'm done. I give you one leverage point to kill me. Instantly. Because why not? I'd rather be dead than alone.
Well, I
can't really do the service thing because if I go back home, that means I go back home. Wherever home was.
I take the gun. I say, well, this is a counteroffer. I think very solid counteroffer. I'm not gonna beat around the bush here. So this is instant kill if it hits you. Okay. Solid thought process here.
Do we have a pact?
Okay, last final offer, change, right? This is for my fun, because I think this needs to be more fair now. This is really a solid offer. If the gun gets fired, we both die. You hold the gun.
think that's a good deal. So, you're striking a new pact. You are now taking on the pact of the Eldritch Slinger. You keep your current class abilities, although one modification. You get 2 guns. One, your pool of D6s. As an action, you can switch between which gun is charged to use the D6s. Your standard gun heals. The other one can pump D6s for damage. Cool. Like a smite.
Beautiful.
2 rules to it. You can only put 5d6 at maximum into a shot on a turn.
You're gonna have to write this down and give it to me.
I will.
Okay.
But just to let you know. And also, because you are dealing with someone who's cursed, there is a curse that comes with it. And are you ready for the curse?
Yeah.
Beautiful curse.
He gets on.
You apply it after you can decide whether or not you apply it after you hit. They are exempt from natural 20 criticals. So they do not double.
Got it. Sounds great.
Alright. Cool.
I think you make this magical gun that kills both a little more difficult.
Passes you the belt. See you around.
That'd be cool.
Disappears.
I sit there pissed drunk and I'm thinking to myself, man, I wonder if that actually happened.
And that's where we'll take our break for today.
Oh my gosh.
Very cool.
I heard
That was a twist. The literal twist. There was only one thing holding on to an agreement to keep me alive. It just happened to be a buddy man. I killed all the other ones.
I know it's been a little bit weird with you, like, your class not, like, also catering towards if you wanted to play a little bit more offensively, so this was an option for you to choose that.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Hey! How you enjoy yourself?
That was awesome.
Are you having fun? Okay. I'm sorry some stuff was, like, there was, like, an hour before you actually got to come into play.
So was that you interacting with your warlock deity?
No, that's a new deity. That was a new one.
So, just for the record, he is
remember the guy we
celestial,
fought?
half fell.
That's
You
what
weren't there for
my
that
assumptions
session.
were.
Yeah.
We fought a crystal
So,
that had huge mints.
just for
and we talked to a
clarification,
fell guy who came
the
out of that
fell
crystal.
guy is the guy from the crystal.
Yes.
That
He's
was
the
the high.
lonely
He
prince.
just visited him.
Cool.
So, and you remember
couldn't survive
learning
without the crystal.
the Fell were the first angels who turned against the great ancient and were thus cast down.
So for the other guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was banished separately. New entity, correct?
So his story that he's told you, whether or not it's true, his story is that he was actually not there at the Fell's betrayal. He was born after it, but he was born into this curse.
Got
so
it.
the idea is maybe something's different. You don't know. He's in uncharted territory because he technically just accidentally broke a permanent curse
Got
for
it.
eternity, and he doesn't know how.
That's
That's
he,
his story.
And this is the only other question. And I might have to roll for this question. Is he the same guy that visited me in the field in any capacity, or that's a completely different
You have
entity?
no
Correct.
idea.
Okay.
No idea.
I need a 20-minute YouTube video essay on this.
Cool.
I know a lot of the mechanics haven't come. You've been role playing great, by the way.
Are you having fun, Callan?
Yeah.
Like humongous, like great character.
I don't know. Like, you're like a permanent character now. You're replacing Pierce.
Yeah, wait, so like, you're You're gonna play with us
For aesthetic reasons, can one of my eyes go black?
No.
Okay.
Because if you really wanted that aesthetic, one of your eyes is gonna glow blue. Or go blue. Do you want to like glowing blue or turn blue?
Turn blue.
Turn blue. Yeah, because it's the blue eyes of this. Do you actually want to see? There is a picture. Of
We
what
should
he
decide
looks
where
like.
to eat, and then while we're journeying, you can show me these.
No, the picture's right here.
Oh.
Yeah, it's.
Whoops.
That's the picture is right here. I'll pull it up.
So the new thing that he was starting to kill the stuff that you
He was harboring a bunch of
previously
demons.
attacked.
Unsurprisingly, there were a bunch of demons feeding on his negative energy. And he killed all of them. He's like, oh, this is my house now.
You just casually had, what, 10 demons hanging on you?
So
probably.
That's
so.
That's kind of the source inspiration image
That's
for what he looks like of
okay.
his spell.
Oh, a Nightwalker?
That's what he looks like in his spell form.
Lit. And then the other one is just like a celestial.
Think of a celestial, but his face is covered.
Yeah.
And you know
Have
that's
you seen
a-
Digimon?
No.
Okay.
That's kind of a recurring theme with celestials you're finding out.
Okay.
At least according to Russ' story. Because Russ saw an angel too.
What is the recurring theme?
The angels cover their faces.
Digimon, Angelmon.
So, are y'all having fun?
Yeah,
I know it's a pretty roleplay heavy.
That was so funny. Did you grabbing the shell? What? They gassing you?
I was 100% gonna drop it, but I was like, it's only 1d8, and I literally just fought a dragon that was doing like 50 hit points.
I'm
at a
really
time.
excited because
You can
this-
try!
I've never
Gross
seen
mushrooms on your hands.
this druid subclass come into play. Like I've never seen
Bro,
anybody.
what are you?
I am a circle of spores, Druid.
Okay.
That's what I was guessing based on the, what you
just because
said.
you've never seen Digimon, but you explained to me a character from Digimon perfectly.
It really is.
Kind of, but bronze skin.
Yeah.
Got it. Bronze, different color.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
besides that, the face.
And also maybe no steel nipples.
Hey, if he doesn't have steel nipples, I quit.
Yeah, this is bullshit.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. You walked in and it's like,
No, yeah.
trade us.
I'm
We're
trying
gonna
to-
feast.
Yeah, okay, so
There's a turtle over there.
really
Okay, we're going on a break.
This is a TCC, so I'm
And we're
about to
back.
make Matthew real uncomfortable when he meets his like mentor, and I'm just only going to speak Spanish. He's about.
I remember 25 words.
No hablo español, señor.
25.
What is actually
palabras.
I actually remember that.
What?
25 words.
25 words? Yeah.
Yep.
25 palabras.
Yep.
All right, let me get a second here.
Or this is my favorite.
No, is it Parody
homies
Alamo or
at
let's
work.
remember?
Recuerdo.
Did you get a picture of this for my?
I did.
Recuerdo.
Spanish.
No,
She
I actually
said,
like the light.
Love it.
Let me. Oh, Matthew, can you get the speakers, baby?
Si, senor.
I need you. Get those speakers.
Bluetooth pairing.
Oh shit! Turn off.
The top one's the power
Power
button.
on. Bluetooth
I wanted to
pairing.
make it bright.
Oh, there you go. It's the one that says power.
Oh, we're gonna.
Hey, people that own that light can't read.
And yet
No,
they're writing
actually,
a
the
book.
person who owns that light can read.
You're right.
That's not your light at all, Blair.
Oh, that's your light, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't remember how we got it, so it's just.
It was in my father's office. He was like, "Hey, you want
This
this?"
sign has
I said,
reason.
"Sure," because the apartment was so badly lit.
Hold on. Hold on. I just had the random interaction of seeing the one homeless guy outside the wash place, and he said, looked at me, he said, I'm an abuela. And just went back to what he was doing. Okay. Oh no. He's busting it down. Rust in his teens.
This is how Russ prays.
Oh my
guys.
god.
That is exactly how Russ prays every night.
Busting it down at the carnival.
Every night, every morning.
It's like Shake Sonora starts playing.
Shake.
Wait, you should go back up there.
I should go back. Okay.
Shake that shit, Russ. This is what's going to play the moment. The moment Matthew sees one of the heralds.
With the Lord on. He said, "Good gracious, this Lord is hard and absolute awful."
I'm down.
Wow.
Forget the Viking.
We're so intelligent.
Just so you
I
know.
don't want to because I love it.
I got like so it's a Northern European game. I want to be a Spanish orc. I am a rabbit Western gunslinger. Oh, poor grandma. I love it.
Yeah, we got the most Western on the
So
side
that
today.
is a phenomenon of D&D. It's just like the players will never.
So when somebody dies, they need to come back as an Indian,
And
right?
yet, at the end of the day, you're like, it was much more beautiful than I could think of.
Oh yeah. Not true, but
Nathaniel, when your character dies,
hey,
and you come back as an Indian. Continue to be. Cowboys,
Who works at a call
Indians,
center?
They're written enough hips.
Who works at a call center?
That's what Jordan tells me every day.
I meant Native American.
Who works at a call center?
Hey, is the recording going?
Yes.
So now,
Yeah. It's been going for 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
Dawn.
Read the book.
The day comes. Wow, that was
That's beautiful.
That was beautiful. So the day comes, and it is important to note once again you are nearing ever more to the official start of winter. It is now the 85th of fall, and you are going to be approaching. Did you turn it down?
That's awesome.
I'll turn it down. All right. 85.
nepotism.
It looks to be a day with blue skies, intermittent with heavy, thick clouds, possibly rain, possibly just the generally wetter atmosphere you are in because you are right by the sea. The day arrives, you all come to your senses. The town quickly becomes busy with rebuilding efforts, with guards taking their places, families trying to rebuild the homes and move some of their stuff into those temporary shelters they've built up, hoping to get something more permanent set up before the official start of winter. You all eventually meet up, we'll say, again by the tavern. Yes.
Do I know either of the demons' names?
Which one?
The ones
No.
I know.
Their names
Okay.
are Clarence and Lauren.
Very well.
The inn's name is Sanctuary. It looks like a very large cottage.
Do we have our horses yet?
You have not collected.
We should go get those and leave immediately.
Yep.
We go to collect the horses.
You go. You head to
We do not question whether they
the
wish to be
castle, and as is custom with the current aristocracy of Beaumont Keep, with the sun rising, the castle doors actually open and are open to the public. You are met with some squires. You unfortunately don't actually get to meet with any of the official figures as they are quite busy at the moment. But you are eventually led to where you recently visited the garden within the keep. Moving past that, they actually have pretty much a whole setup in the keep. There's a little bit of some very limited crops growing in gardens, and there's some horse stables with paths to take out of the city so that they get a chance to run. There is an assortment of horses, and you look at these horses and they are different. They are different. Usually the horses in Midland are shaggy furs, very, most of the time, unkempt hooves, and very thick, burly builds. These ones are mixed. Some of them look to be well-groomed, almost race horses with short hair, very tall, like thick, muscular, like war horses. Some other ones look almost like, you know, the Irish Highland cows that are very fuzzy. Some of a couple of them have that similar fur to it, but also standing much taller than normal beasts of burden with large muscles. You see some ponies too, even some smaller ones. that are instead of like a 6 foot.
Go ahead and grab one of those.
You kind of have your choices and pick amongst the horses if you'd like to find one that fits a style or idea you like.
Is there one that even fits him?
Yes.
Yeah, my people ride horses. It's all good.
It's a big
The
horse.
equivalent of
Hell
Blade
yeah.
Tails.
What?
Well, the thing about
Blizzard,
some
but they
of
ride
the
horse.
so the thing with horses in Midland, and it's done a little bit by the Galawans, but it's truly mastered by some of the Midland tribes, is horse breeding. And horse breeding is a bit of a different game when you have access to giant blood. So yes, there are horses that can take Mind Good.
You
Can I roll animal handling to determine which horse would like to be rode by me?
Roll an animal handling check.
Oh shit.
How? You said there were a few ponies.
Smaller horses, but adults.
I'm sorry.
But just smaller horses in general.
What do they look like? I mean, like what? Like
There's a couple of assortments. There's
which one is the most attractive?
I see one's hanging. So you see, as an example, you see one pony that looks to be more bred towards the Midland side. Very thick legs, very stocky. Looks almost more of the shape of a donkey, but has a little bit more of an elegant head and complexion to it, with very, very deep amber brown. That's just like one. But yes.
Have we had rest?
You have had a long rest, so all your spells are back.
Yeah,
Your mana is
All
back.
the one that I used. Okay.
I think you used 2, I think, because it was past 10 minutes when you talked to the
I spoke to the thing.
which lasts
To the
10
weasel.
minutes, right?
The thing.
Oh yeah.
So
Oh, I can use it more than once.
you can cast the spell however many times you want.
Oh, I thought it was. I couldn't use it after I used it once.
No, you can cast the spell but you just have to mark off the mana usage.
Oh, okay.
So you can cast. You have what, 47 mana?
Yeah.
You can cast Speak with Animals 47 times before you take a long rest. If
I'm gonna
you
talk
so
to all
please.
horses.
You can.
No, I'm not gonna do that. That's
I'll take that
excessive.
Very well.
Because it's short, scrappy, just like me.
So, you see this like, excuse me, this really the younger female with kind of tied back red hair, probably of some Galawan descent, probably part of some horse breeding family. Informs you of the process that it will take a better part of half a day for you to actually get accustomed to the horses and for them to transfer ownership of the horses, because they are very highly trained and they need to understand that you're the ones actually in command.
Do we got a bucking bronco? A horse?
Yeah, I mean, you will be. There's a definite learning curve of the horse receiving or whatnot, giving, receiving, top and bottom. It's a bit of
want
both.
to be ridden though.
Save a horse, ride a cowboy.
Save a horse, ride a rust. Yes.
I rolled a 5 to figure out which horse wanted to be ridden. I would also like to have spurs.
You, yeah, you can get spurs. Spurs are actually, unironically, a just useful tool. You walk around, and Morel, you kind of look and you see the Harangon companion you've recently met. Hey, horses, and just walk around and greeting them. The horses don't seem to be responding to you any other.
Howdy, I'm Doc. Kind of awesome.
You see, like, the horse neighs and its head moves, and right behind it is Angamar. You
Well,
also see this happening.
Real clear. Fuck you. What?
Doc, what are you doing?
What do you mean?
Oh.
I'm look.
Are you trying to figure out which horse wants to be ridden?
I'm figuring out which horse wants to be
I know
ridden.
you'd have to ask him.
Because loyalty
Let's speak
is
horse.
important to me.
Can you ask? Can you
Wait,
ask
did you actually have your
Wait,
horse?
I find the second biggest horse.
That's be a big thing, but we can ignore it for now.
So the horse you find, the horse you find is a large, mostly black but speckled white, large war horse that stands probably 6.5 feet tall at the back.
Let's put the turtle on.
I would like to slowly reach out and touch its nose.
I will cast Speak to Animals.
Do you cast Speak to Animals?
And I will ask the horse, do you want this big fella to ride you?
Or would you like to ride him?
And you hear a voice.
Only the most noble of rider must take me.
Are
Ride
you
me
the
to the
most
depths of Valhalla and hell. I wish to see the fates of the world. I wish to peer upon the fates and write my own destiny.
Damn, I think Russ made it perfect. This is crazy.
Are you noble? He said he wants to ride you. He said he wants you to ride him. East and west and up and down and all that.
Oh.
You see the horse like turn its head, and you can tell it's not addressing you.
Do you have what it takes to ride to the ends of Mount Celeste and the plains and the mountains, the great caverns of the deep, the great soaring plains? I wish to tread upon that which is great.
Is
and
the
mighty.
horse scared of death?
Is the horse scared of death?
Death shall be afraid of me.
The horse says death shall be afraid of him.
This horse is perfect.
And you hear yes.
I would like to take some holy anointing oil. Wait, hold on. No, someone else. I gotta figure out how ceremony works.
This is going to use ceremony on the one use of the spell.
Well, like, he can only benefit from it once in his life. Like, this is important, you know? Hold on.
I have this for 10 minutes if anybody else wants to talk to their horse.
Do mine. I very much want that.
Okay, I'll talk to
So you look at
Brandon's
this
horse.
a deep amberset pony. You come up to it. How do you greet the horse?
Hi, horse.
Hey. What is he saying? He's saying like cool, like valor and
And he said hey.
glory.
Oh, he said, "Hey,
Mm-hmm.
hey."
How you doing, man?
What's he saying now?
He said, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good.
Me too.
Do you have a question for the horse?
I was kind of more expecting something like his, like something like.
Well, horses are all individual creatures.
No, yeah, you're right. Ask him if he's cool. If he's cool, like lugging a cart around. Like,
Are
Is that-
you
Can you
cool
work, boy?
lugging a cart around?
I mean, yeah, sure. I can.
I'll reimburse him. I'll reimburse him. It's not like
He
slave
wants
labor.
apples.
Apples. Okay, I can do that. I can do
Give
that.
him cocaine, aka sugar cubes.
Or sugar. Yeah, cocaine.
He says yes, he can give you apples.
Okay.
Or sugar.
Can I?
Come on. Come give me a try. Hop on.
Give me a ride,
grab me.
He
cowboy.
says hop
Grab
on
me,
up.
spread your legs.
He
Come on
says,
up.
I'm not repeating that, but you're welcome to.
The horse is kind of like nudging you a little bit, and it's like, oh yeah, this horse is great. It likes me.
Yeah, this is gonna. This isn't gonna.
You know,
bite
you
me at
want
all.
to hop on.
I straddle him.
There you go. There you go.
It was real nice, doesn't
Yeah. Yeah. I worked on that. Made it easy.
Yeah. I would like to take some holy anointing oil. And I would like to cast ceremony. This is more. This doesn't really do like a whole lot, but like.
The moment's important.
What is the horse gain?
Well, this is dedication. So you touch one humanoid who wishes to be dedicated to your god's service. Oh, it's not a humanoid.
It's not a humanoid.
Hold on.
Let it slide to him. Really cool.
Darn it. All of these are humanoid. Can I cast ceremony on the horse?
Okay, so what does it do? What does it do? Because if it's like you gain 3 languages, no.
No, it's like so in the case of dedication, for the next 24 hours, when the target makes a saving throw, it can roll a d4 and add the number rolled, and it can only benefit from it
Sure,
once.
I'll say
this
you
is
can
more of a
bless-
holy thing than anything
Yeah,
else.
sure, I'll sure you can bless it.
I would like to bless the horse. I take some holy oil and.
All mortals run for their various causes, diamonds and dust, gold and rust, but we shall run for God.
I can't hear any of it. I'm like saying things in a holy language. You shall ascend.
I'm just like, man, Rust really does crazy things for his horse. All I know about head, like, I've seen religious people, but nobody goes this hard over first
Every
riding
time
a
you
horse.
look at Rust and the source, there is some sort of dramatic violence solo that is.
Oh yeah, there's like holy light. Like it's like regular horse.
Wait. What is the horse's name?
What is your name, horse?
Steve.
Nathan.
Bart.
It's like after all the epicness, lame name.
I await for a great deed to name me, so that my name may be written in heaven's thrones.
He knows that name yet. He's waiting to do something great to be named after.
This is perfect. I would like to mount the horse.
You mount him and instantly take off towards the plains on the outside of the city.
Oh, well he's gone.
I'm still talking to horses. To answer your question, I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm pretty sure my eyes are the color they've always been.
Look at him go! It's really weird. One thing you do kind of notice is that normal people have a beautiful detailed detailing on the inside, like right above their pupil. You know, that little ring. You kind of look at it for a second, and it's a little weird. It's kind of spiraled.
Just like, if you don't move away, I just start like staring deeply into your eyes.
I feel very uncomfortable with this.
Alright. Level of me.
Yeah?
You're a religious guy,
Yeah.
supposedly. What kind of encounter did you have last night? Your eye is a spiral.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Roll a deception check.
18.
22.
Fuck! Nothing?
No. He's hiding.
Things have developed.
Listen. Russ is already gone. Choose your horse. We're talking about this later.
Yeah.
Dude, you went on a field trip with him in 2nd grade. What the fuck, Dave?
No, I didn't. You look familiar.
No.
Do you go to the hills? Have you been to the hills before?
Yeah. That's a very broad statement. Everyone here is.
Well, we probably met there.
Bro, you were just like. Yeah. Y'all didn't break eye contact.
The vibes of the song are rapidly changing. Like we're gonna get there.
Fucking Western game.
The Draugr all have guns.
Why do I have a cowboy hat?
I'm looking at the horse. I'll tell you what, get off my lawn.
Kills all the
We
horses.
resume your regular programming.
The
Sorry,
Draugr
that was a
kicker.
filler. That was a filler episode.
Well, I can't promise you nothing happened. Let's just get our horses and we won't talk about this later. I'm looking at the horses. Huh? Good night. Oh, okay. I'll look at the horses. I'm determining, assumedly quite badly.
Which horse is cool?
Whatever horse, calls to me, that's the one I look at. Howdy, my
Going
friend.
around, you're looking at the different horses. And you look at one and you're like, yeah, that's not really. And then you feel like a little nudge from behind. And you turn around and there is a very it's a very fun horse. It's mostly light brown. Like a very light brown, a little bit longer hair. With a little bit of that shagginess. But it's got a birthmark across the right side that covers like the right side of its face with like a really deep set brown that kind of just goes across the back.
Howdy. You want to be partners? I get on the horse.
It kind of like resists you for a second, but roll an animal handling check.
16.
You get on? You're pretty comfortable. The horse seems to relax a little bit.
I'll look at you. I can talk to animals too. See that?
You didn't talk to him.
I did.
Okay.
I gotta hear this guy's voice. Portal, ask the horse a question. That's a bird. It's on your shoulder.
What?
There's a bird on your shoulder. He's like, ask the horse a question.
Oh,
it's a little pigeon.
Yeah, it's the meta
Little pigeon?
It's a metagaming pigeon.
Metagaming pigeon.
Oh,
What's
the horse's voice? Ask the horse a question.
See?
What do you want to know about your horse?
What do you mean? I know everything about him.
What's your horse's name?
You see the horse on its head.
You mean you can ask to confirm that I'm right?
Saucy.
I would like to ask the horse what his name is.
The horse's name is random. Hold on, it's loading. Give me just a second. It's
What? You don't have these predetermined?
You didn't plan on talking to horses this session?
No. A paxtros. Which
Your horse's name is a paxtros.
That's literally what I said.
You said.
Same thing.
Which you. That's a Phobian name. This is interesting. He looks like he might be maybe a breed of horse that was actually much more farther east for lineage.
I asked a horse how he got here.
How did you get here?
Well, traveled far, but I am young. I don't remember. But I look forward to what's ahead.
He doesn't know.
Well, I feel that.
He's just a baby.
Oh, this is a child?
No, not anymore, but he was just a baby.
Well, weren't we all?
Well, he was just a baby more recently.
Oh. Well, I'll look at him. Yeah?
Ear flip.
Yeah, I've atoned with this horse. Hey, we're not doing the weird shit that guy's doing.
I'm the next pasture by now.
The How to Train Your Dragon theme is playing.
As I leap over the fence.
Cool, I leave with my horse.
Cool.
Somehow,
well, you have to train.
You're riding through clouds.
I'm
gonna cast haste on this thing.
Ingmar, do you pick a horse?
Yeah, I look for a large, sturdy horse that can handle the northern winter. For if this horse is going to stay with me for a long time, it's got to be able to handle the north. So I look for a horse that reminds me of the one I would have had back in my tribe.
You find, you see kind of standing as the tallest horse there, a very mottled gray, grays and light grays, dark grays, almost camouflage with the snow, with a little bit longer hair, but a beautiful snout. This breed of horse was ironically born more closer to the base of mountains and much more up north. It doesn't do well in the warmer weather, but it is Winter's coming, so you know
He's pretty good right now.
he seems to be a very sturdy horse.
Walk up.
They're all incredibly well trained horses, so none of them particularly react
Yeah.
necessarily. It was more like the initial reaction is also someone speaking literally to
Yeah.
them.
Literally just pattern on the neck. It's like take the reins. Doesn't resist. Hop on. I look down. You found a horse yet?
No, I've been talking to all these horses. I haven't found one yet.
Oh.
You see the woman kind of.
I don't think I get bored.
Didn't think so. Would you like a ride?
I would love a ride. That would be delightful. Thank you. Can you reach me from up there?
You okay if I pick you up this time?
No, that's fine.
I was gonna get a cart.
Melt his fingers off. Like grabs you. Oh, that doesn't make any sense. Okay.
You start to, your heart starts to race because you feel a little like tickling feeling on your finger, and you look down and there's a roly-poly that's just like made its way onto your finger.
Yeah. Oh, since you talk to horses, does horse have a name?
Do you have a name, horse?
No. But
His name is Oya No.
The horse name.
It acts like I'm a fucking genius.
Or you know.
Oya no?
Oya No.
That sounds a lot like oi, you know, and like there was supposed to be a sentence after that.
Well, he said no again, so maybe that's his middle name. Oya No, no.
well, I'm daughter. I am a daughter and son and child of the sky and land. I am brought about by the mountains. What is in the
This horse doesn't know what a horse is.
Do any of us know what we are?
I know what a horse is.
Do the horses speak common?
No.
It's more of conferring of like really shallow ideas.
Nothing seems shallow about the ideas of my horse.
Your horse is a higher intelligence than you.
When you hear the horse say that,
it will be a pleasure to ride again to the far ends of the earth.
Well, the two didn't leave with whatever in the world happened to our paladin friend. Let's find him, I guess.
Halfway to the horse armor shop. This is where I'm going. I'm kidding. Not today. Not today. Yes.
I would like to talk to the. I want to ask
Yes.
How much would a cart be?
Well, you have credit from the crown to get a cart if you like. It's more of a question of what kind of cart you want. You can get a heavier cart, but you're gonna have to put like your horse probably not good for pulling a heavier cart. You're gonna have to put maybe one of the bigger lads, bigger horses on it if you're going to pull it. But it depends. You can get a lighter weight, the minimal. You can get a comfy one. You can get a luxury. Depends on what you want, lad.
What's like the lightest? I want to be able to carry maybe,
7 bushels of wheat.
I want to carry a good
How many
amount of
cartel
stuff, but still be able to carry it and possibly run with it.
If you're wanting to run, lad, you're probably gonna have to maybe only cap it at 150 pounds of capacity plus your personnel. So
you're about 10 pounds light.
Yeah, you can do that. You can refine the wheels and get it ready to go. You can take it. Do you have a preference on which horses you'd like us to tailor it to?
Is it possible? I mean, my pony's probably not.
Your pony can take it. He's a strong lad, but if you're gonna max out the weight, it's gonna be a little bit for the pony.
What's the next size?
A giant horse walks by.
I don't know. You kind of got a nice spread. He's got a good sized horse over there. But if you want a little bit of a bigger one, the giant. is going with the giant.
I don't think I'll need the giant. Probably just take the next size up from this pony I got here. So.
Oh, okay. That's all right.
Hey,
nobody understands. Because Callan's not there.
I hand him an apple. Do I have an apple?
Yeah.
I hand him an apple.
Thank you.
I rub his muzzle a little bit, say thank you. Probably for the best he stay here, but I appreciate you being so chill.
Damn. Poor guy.
Dude,
What
are you riding a
like
cart
it here.
for? Like, what do I need?
So we can haul our stuff.
We don't have stuff. We're traveling.
Yeah.
It'll be useful.
Okay, we get it. You're an estate baron now. But
Yo, yeah, that's right. People see me roll into town, they know, oh, he's got a cart. Oh, man.
Oh, yeah.
That's only the main staple of the lowest form of society. Farmers.
Russell,
Well, you know what?
we're
Farmers
going
aren't
into
actually the
a
lowest
forest
in this
right
world.
now.
Going into a fort.
It's gonna be
What
harder
if we
to
pick up
take a car.
stragglers?
I want you to think of what you just
What
said.
if we find a child with a broken limb?
Dog, you weigh 20 pounds. The
Yeah.
horse can manage.
I practice.
Yeah, just for the record, for your sake, you can ride with someone else on a horse, and the weight will be fine.
Sure.
As a 3-foot turtle, you're stocky, but you're not like the weight of Ingmar.
The size of a large feed sack.
Because how heavy is like a snapping turtle?
I don't know.
Maybe like 70 pounds, something like that.
The whole reason I was getting the cart was so you could ride in the cart.
Oh, I see.
23 pounds.
So you probably weigh close to like 50, 75 because you're bigger than a snapping turtle and you've got items, but...
Snapping turtles can weigh between 10 to 75.
Okay, but there are turtles that are 3 feet tall.
There's like those massive turtles.
We could paint the cart, guys.
Between 70 and 350 pounds.
You said you were on the smaller side. If you were the medium-sized turtle, you'd be 300 pounds.
We could.
Yeah, the normal sized turtle. I
But you
think
big
the
small.
Gorgeous warhorse and beside it a cart painted.
An African spur
Bro, you'd like to do
turtle
paint job on my
with 80
car?
to 100 pounds.
It's
That
got
has a
flames
2
and
to
stuff.
3 foot shaft.
Painted that detailing shop.
That's
So like
about
100
you're 100 pounds, we'll say.
Okay.
Keep it simple.
Okay, so when I picture
Warriors
it's not one-handed, it's very much two-handed.
We can
See, hold on, let me.
Ingmar could do a 100-pound row.
Nah, I guess so.
There's a shoulder muscle, and that muscle can take a row.
You're gonna.
It's almost a large creature.
When you buy a whole bunch of metal that you
Are
will
y'all still
use
on
to
this?
forge.
What the heck are y'all?
He's shitting on my cart, but I'm saying, but I'm saying, when he is like, oh yeah, I want 20 pounds of iron and 30 pounds of silver. Oh, how are we gonna carry? Sure wish we would have kept that cart that Brandon wanted to
Who's Brandon?
that him bring him.
You're right. The cart will be useful.
Well, I've trained.
for it, lad.
I'm ready.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
So you all have your horses?
And the cart, yeah.
We're walking. That's like you got it.
Well, so you have the. You also get the proper equipment for the horses: saddles, saddle bags.
Yeah.
These are well-trained horses. They require very little upkeep, and just because, for y'all's intents and purposes, they are trained enough that they can fend for themselves, and they can also stay in an area if you want them to without running off. So if you needed to like delve into an ancient deep dungeon that's only 3 feet tall at the entrance, you can actually tell them to wait somewhere and they will wait. Well, they're gonna function like animal companions until they either die or you dismiss them.
I must teach mine how to use a sword.
It's holding it in its mouth,
Yeah, exactly.
cutting off the heads of other horses that you're riding against.
So, you have your horses, it's about 1 p.m. You all look at your horses and you see eventually coming in the distance the leaping and bounding form of Rust upon his great horse
With shining armor.
with the sunlight shining.
Has that man ever ridden a horse in his life?
Oh, I guess I should roll for how bad
Animal handling check.
Oh gosh.
I'm gonna laugh so hard if it's a natural one because then
I'm gonna get yeeted over the side. It's mediocre, I guess. I don't have animal. It's just a straight 10.
So he's ridden a horse before.
Okay. All right. Way to go, Russ. All right. Woo, 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 woo.
Oh my gosh. That song is classified as YouTube Kids, and when I moved it to the player is not available for YouTube Kids. Alright. So,
Of course not.
you all have the day.
Where are we going?
Well, I would like to get back to my hut.
Well, lead us there.
Okay. Do I know how to get back, right? Yeah. Okay.
Exactly what you did in the eyes. No.
And with your new horses, can I see the map real quick?
Yes.
Can you
Which
become a
one?
horse?
Mainland map.
He's on my
I can
horse.
become a horse, yes.
That's true.
But she's currently on my horse.
Oh,
I'm being a back.
It will. You all can get there with your horses. I'll just say by around 6 or 7. You can get there, which is
When does the sun go down?
probably start. It'll be heading down around that point, so it'll probably be fully set at 8.
let's do it.
Are we getting to the beginning of the forest at that point?
No,
or
that's
have we
about to
made
your.
it-
That's about to your hut.
Okay.
That's about to your hut.
So for reference, how close is my hut to the archdruids?
It's not far. It's you're all kind of connected towards it's kind of like a spoken wheel system of different people that live close to the hub of the grove of the rootbound company. So you all make your way there.
We ride.
Does anybody have anything they want to do while they're riding?
I would like. Hey Russ, speaking of, can I have the shield I gave you back? The shield thing I gave you. Can I have it back? No reason.
It's like a necklace, right? Like a small, like.
It's like a little token, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
You could have put it on a necklace.
Yeah.
Easy enough.
It's not magical. Does it look magical?
No.
You know, sometimes you gotta keep your burdens close.
I keep writing.
I would like to write a letter to my wife and
In the cart.
children.
Real quick question: did you go with a different horse, or
Yeah, I picked a horse that was like physically capable of.
Okay, so
holding
we'll
this
say
cart
we'll
for a
say you
long
got a slightly smaller but still fully built black horse. Sorry, it's been a long weekend. A black horse with some personality, but you can't talk to it yet. But it seems to be really excited. It's more of an excited horse. I was trying to think of like, what's the voice I need to do? Then I was like, oh, he can't talk to horses. Good. About 6:30. I will have everybody here roll a nature or a history check.
Yes. How good I am at both of those.
I'm amazing at both of those on top of my horse.
I would like to announce that I got a 0.
I received a 6.
17.
16.
16?
4.
You know this.
Okay, wonderful.
Actually,
You don't.
you know, what'd you roll?
4.
4. You know the stories, and you know this is your home. This is your home. So, does anybody here remember what the special attribute of the Chaos Reach Forest was?
Ooh.
It's okay if you don't. That was like a year and a half ago.
I maybe wrote it down.
This was Savrog length ago.
Doesn't it change constantly?
So it's not changing constantly. The Chaos Reach Forest is named as such because this is one of the most prominent points of the collision. This is one of the prominent points where, like the last part you saw was that the southmost region of the Chaos Reach was mended with some sort of continent that was constantly blazing and on fire because the entire forest was consistently burning, and the embers that you saw there. You have heard that the western side, because you at this point you are much closer to which twin is in the forest?
Twin Alari.
So Twin Alari. Twin Alari is one of the only one of 2 elven cities in the mainland. This is known as a little bit more of mystery, confusion, more of spirits of the woods vibe. It's a little bit. Yeah, it's a little bit more of like people. There's lots of rumors of that being a living forest, and living as in more mentally awake than just physically alive. But you all at about 6 p.m. see the vast region of trees, and seeing the wonderful, beautiful sight of home as the sun begins to set, and you're far enough out from your cottage that you'll probably get in before nightfall. The one thing that you do have to be careful of is the darkest parts of the forest keep the madness because the sunlight can't touch it, so you do have to be a little bit mindful of that.
I would like to use the cantrip produce flame and just make a little flame that just sits, I don't know, on top of my head or something to cast light around us.
So you use produce flame as a torch. This little
So
like
like a
bit
mushroom
of like
fire.
bonfire in her hand or around her forehead, and it's very nice. It's a very nice warm light.
It's a
You see the
10-foot
trees.
radius.
You see the trees varying in all kinds of sizes, thick and thin, and varying of different shapes. And you start to pass into more denser and denser trees. You guide them to the paths that the different druidic paths marked with druidcraft speech. But one thing that is interesting is that the more you delve into this forest, the environment starts to change. You start to hear strange creatures, like odd different types of frogs, some forms of insects. Incest is what you know. You hear different forms of insects. You hear weird birds. And one thing that's interesting, which you are very much aware of, is your part, the Rootbound Covenant, decided to make its home in the swamplands of the Chaos Reach Forest. So it's a forest, but you start to go and you start to notice puddles of water covered in evergreen leaves with lily pads in them. It's nice. Except, every now and then there's like a mosquito and you have to swipe it off, which they shouldn't be here this time of year. It's too close to winter. But as you've entered, it's almost like you've stepped into a different world. You're in a land of thick foliage. There are vines that are coming off the trees. The smell in the air is of a deep set, like earthen tone. Also the decay of old leaves. Moss, like very similar to the smell of if you get too close to Morel. You follow this path for about an hour, and just as Doc, you look around, you start to see the evil, twisting, curling bits of the fell start to fall under the leaves. If you'd like to describe your cottage.
Think this far.
I can if you want, but it's also
Sure,
up to
why
you.
don't you describe it?
So, you see this little alcove, a large tree that can only be described as a giant L. The tree, massive root, comes up to the side and then straight up. Nestled in is just this different coagulation of sticks and trees and roots and leaves, all of them adorning what looks to be, almost if you had to guess, the shell of some ancient, long since past elder giant turtle, and in which you see no light coming out of, but there's this little homey cute. It's not super small. You see the door. Eingamar, you wince as you look at it. It's about 4 feet tall. The ceilings are maybe 5 feet, vaulted in the highest parts at 5.5. It's gonna be a little bit. It's gonna be a little tight.
I turned to Agamar and then, hey, talk about anything important. The trees here, listen. I heard that they're dead elves, and elves are bastards.
You're starting to sound like the turtle.
Can I cast gaseous form on Nathaniel?
So, do you watch as Morel comes up to you and takes the very pungent walking stick and touches you, and you feel some effect taking your body. Do you resist?
Yeah.
What'd you roll?
There is
Rolled like like common sense of like somebody just hit me.
No,
with
I meant,
that.
sorry, what do you roll for the DC then?
No, there is no DC.
There's
He's
no
not
DC.
willing.
That was purely to determine whether I was going to let this happen.
Oh, okay. So you watch as she taps you, and this little puff of steam.
Sorry, what in the world was that?
Oh, I was gonna turn you into gas.
What?
So you could get in my house.
What happens?
Well, you'd turn back eventually, but you'd be gas for a little bit.
How? You want me to turn to gas to get into your house?
No, I don't want you to turn to gas. I want to turn you into gas.
I'm gas. I enter the house.
Yep.
What happens then?
You're gas.
Until
you hit a candle.
And then I'm
I
gone.
hadn't gotten that far.
How long does that last?
It'd make it easier to get in the door.
Okay,
It
but
lasts an hour.
hmm.
Once you're in, you could say crisscross.
As a gas, of course.
Knowing how this mist works, would it work just to have like a campfire going all night, or do I need to be indoors?
You know that the Fel cannot enter a home or a shelter, but the limits of what counts as a home or a shelter have yet to be tested by you all. The campfire
I'm
that
really
lightest-
considering a tent right now.
Well, we also have the horses, and the horses will go crazy.
Yeah.
Oh.
But you don't know
Unless
where
Zach's
the,
really kind to us,
you
and
don't
horses aren't
know
affected.
where the mist begins because you don't know where Morel's property and home begins. It's a very vague magic.
What are the zoning laws surrounding your hut?
We don't have those here.
How close does the mist come to the walls?
Oh, I don't know. I'm always asleep. It just looks like mist out there. I don't look too closely. I make my tea. I feed my snails. I go to bed. Sometimes I take a
Doc,
little
you hear a
bath.
voice in your head that goes,
They hated her.
Always asleep before they even arrive.
Unaffected.
If I had to guess, I do have a flower garden outside
I
their
chuckled
edges.
myself.
So it probably doesn't come closer than that.
I'll sleep outside with you.
You're gonna sleep in my flower garden?
I mean, do you mind?
It's not that big. That big.
Just like
It's like
2 feet out from my shell.
There's a little bit of a field clearing right in front of the home.
We just like.
And there's some very, very small flower beds.
I just hate to say this.
know
The
that that
tent
tree
that I
actually
set
is
up
for
is taller than the tallest part of your house.
The what?
The tent I set up is like taller than parts of your house.
Okay.
Can I use?
And
can
that's
I
just
use
what's
that-
rough about it, you
You
know?
have a dead tree I can cut up.
Oh, I don't have one, but I'm sure there's one around. I don't keep trees.
Are you
You
going?
see the size of my hut?
Will you attack me if I cut down a dead tree?
I won't attack you if you cut down a dead tree.
Okay, I have a plan.
I can't say anything about the trees.
I'm
Doc talks to himself, essentially.
I-
He goes, so like, where